how did I end up here? Wrong question. I began here. Right here on this planet. Was it hard to be born as someone else's alter? Not for me. A scientist must never deny reality, however uncomfortable. So, why did I stay behind when the others left? Because something I found here disturbed my mental clarity. The oasis. Teeming with life in the middle of a barren, uninhabitable planet. How does it survive? What undiscovered laws of nature protect it from the lethal sunrise? I sensed that solving this mystery could open up a whole new chapter in the history of science. Thus, I made it my life's work. So, if you are reading this, frankly, I don't care. One thing I've learned is that recognition is overrated. Knowledge is the ultimate pursuit. Well, now the only thing left to do is go to sleep and wait for a new cycle to begin. And with it, answers. Oh my, that was a long sleep. I don't think I've slept that hard in... Oh. Hello?
Hello?
Who are you, and what did I miss?
Nothing. You missed nothing, boy. You have just been born. Everything you remember is only in your head. But I expect it's nothing you can't handle.
Oh, well, of course, don't worry. I have the intellectual tools to deal with it. Nevertheless, it is a surprising turn of events. I simply never thought I'd go through all this again. But, I'm not going through it again, am I? This is my first time. Yes, I am beginning to understand it now. You're the person whose memories I have in my head, and now that you're too old to go on, you created me. It's what I would do. Relax, you can trust me. I'm just like you. No need to protect me from the hard truth.
What did you just say?
Never mind, just tell me what you found out. I'll pick up from there.
You? No, I don't think I can do this. But I have to. Oh no. Time is so scarce.
Are you okay?
The quantum.
Yes, I know, the quantum computer created me. Oh, hang on. We actually have a quantum computer? Well, now you're talking.
The comms room.
Really? There's a comms room, too. Does this mean you have contact with Earth? Are you sure you don't need anything? A glass of water, perhaps?
Talk to him. But please
Yes? What?
be better.
You have got to be kidding me. He said, talk to him. Him. I wonder who he was talking about. It might be sensible to examine my circumstances thoroughly. Where should I start? Hello. We are talking, which means that I am dead and everything went as planned. My name is Jan, and I am an accumulated artificial model of your predecessor's mind, a so-called AAM-OIPM. But you can call me Janbot. Oh, clever. Thank you. Before we start the briefing, let's establish an adequate working relationship. I will be your source of information and virtual assistant. Your role will be to pick up your predecessor's research where it left off. Please confirm your willingness to accept this arrangement. And what happens if I don't? Oh, the curious scientific mind on top form, I see. Frankly, it doesn't matter. It was just a rhetorical icebreaker. No need to answer it. Let's move on to the briefing without further ado. Your precursor, whose mind records served to train my neural system, paved the way for you with some groundbreaking research. One of the fundamental findings was that he managed to calculate the parameters of the planet's cycle. And two phases of the cycle can be distinguished. A cold phase, when humans can be active on the planet, and a hot phase, when the surface is too hot for anything to survive. The hot phase, when activity above the ground is impossible, lasts for the equivalent of 13 Earth years. 13 years of waiting? Yes. Every hot cycle needs to be spent underground. Supplies have to be secured for that time, energy to power the base. Now you understand how little time he had to devote to the oasis itself. Every time a discovery was on the horizon, the sun came and destroyed everything. And after every hot cycle, he emerged onto the surface older, weaker, body and mind deteriorating from radiation exposure. That's when he realized it was time to turn to the most risky scenario. Create a successor. And here I am. Very perceptive. Do you have any questions regarding your position? How did you build a quantum computer all on your own? The quantum computer in your base is built from parts and materials salvaged at different stages of his sojourn on this planet. They have been meticulously handpicked and modified by our ingenious mind in a decade-long process to arrive with the adequate hardware. This makeshift yet sophisticated structure could then serve as a chassis for the corporate software retrieved from the tour vehicle left behind by the Dali mission, thus creating an operational quantum computer. Ally Corp software. Interesting. I'm pleased you found my answer satisfactory. Would you like to conclude the briefing, or do you have any more questions? Remind me how things work on this planet? As you might remember from your quantum simulated memories, this planet is not easy to explore. Unpredictable topography, nighttime radiation, hostile anomalies, all of which require specialist equipment and energy. Those, in turn, depend upon securing resources, which are scarce and oftentimes difficult to access. Right, I know that. Then there's the sun, the deadly one. Every cycle, when the proximity between planet and star reaches a critical value, everything on the surface turns to ash. Does my answer satisfy your curiosity, or would you like to know more? I'm ready to get to work. Excellent. Let's start with protecting you from the mistakes of your predecessor. He managed to create blueprints for a cryosleep chamber for your base. Build it, and you will be able to extend your stay on this planet by a significant, if not infinite, amount of time. Did you say infinite? Yes, but please remember I can make mistakes. Huh. Wait, why didn't he build a cryosleep chamber for himself? He could have avoided aging and wouldn't have to create me whatsoever. Sometimes the right answers only come to us after a fair share of errors. At the time, it seemed to me that going to sleep for 13 years would be a waste of time and energy which could be devoted to underground research and learning. By the time he realized we might not make it, it was too late. Researching the cryosleep chamber so that it was adapted to the conditions of an underground base was, in itself, challenging and time-consuming. So when it was ready, he was so old that there was no point in hibernating such a frail and unreliable body. Right? Let's just get on with it. Good. Take a look around the base, go outside, and locate the necessary resources. Once you've got your bearings, get to work on that cryosleep chamber so we can plan your next steps. I see we have a source of nutrition provided. Good. Huh. The QC looks different than I remember. Oh, strange. It seems I don't have access. So much work needs to be done. I'd be much more efficient if there were more of me. Finally. The right person in the right place.
Several days to the safer evacuation.
Unbelievable. The fundamental module in the base is malfunctioning. Hey, Yanbot. What can I do for you today? It's about the QC. It's blocked. Do you have access to it? Ah, I see. So you decided to do it. Alter yourself. Are you sure this is a good idea? I'd like to hear your opinion. Altering could cause unwanted complications. You have memories of what happened during the Dolly mission. Tension between conflicting characters in the group. Emotions getting in the way of rational decision-making. Accidents, injuries, including self-inflicted ones. Episodes of paranoia. Incidents of base demolition. All this could cause more damage than good. Unforgettable memories indeed, even if they're not exactly mine. Yes, which makes me think that revisiting all those facts... One element in the equation has changed. The core awareness person in charge. Yes, this could be your chance. Wait, you're trying to say I can do it differently? Correct. Adopt a discrepant approach. I am analyzing incongruencies as we speak. Jan the Builder wasn't a skilled professional in anything. You, Jan the Scientist, on the other hand, possess extensive knowledge in many fields. Does that inspire any paths of reasoning for you? Of course. I just need to create more of myself. Good idea, but it might be impossible. The quantum computer will not allow you to do that. Remember, it is based on Allied Corp software, and they followed a strict, no exact replica policy. So, what now? You will need to reprogram the QC to set up a new branching procedure. The downside is that it will be time-consuming. The upside, that you can adjust the procedure to your individual needs. Creating branching points as close to the original me as possible. No petty differences of character, complete mutual understanding, harmonious cooperation, and a lack of any emotional nonsense whatsoever. It looks like we might have a potential direction. Do you think you're more ready to make an informed decision about altering than before? What about the Rapidium-induced illness? I have memories of having to find a cure to keep us alive. If I create my alters, won't they be affected too? Am I not affected? A very rational inquiry. You must know that your predecessor prepared meticulously for your creation. That's why it took me, him, so much time. One of the core elements of this undertaking was preventing the illness. Based on his experience from the Dolly mission, he have devised a chemical compound which could be injected into your body right at the moment of initiating the DNA replication process. The mechanism has been incorporated into the womb module so that the compound is distributed automatically. In other words, your longevity, as well as the longevity of any potential alter you might create, is estimated as comparable to that of a human being born on Earth. Does that clear your doubts? Yes, I'll take it from here. I must say this has been a very satisfactory conversation, judging by the amount of energy I have consumed. different than I remember. I wonder what happened to it, or to my memories. Whatever this means, I should prioritize securing fundamental resources. Geyser. How interesting. So, that's what it feels like to destroy an anomaly. I wonder if Jan held any records I could break. have a skilled builder in me, or setting up infrastructure is not so hard.
Navigation system has been designed.
My predecessor's whiteboard. I should take a look at it. Right. Let's see what the old man managed to find out. The theory of continuity, our original concept about the Oasis being reborn. But he wrote that it's wrong. The Oasis is not reborn, but never gets destroyed. Hey, Yonbot. Ah, you again. How may I help? I took a look around, and I have some questions. Ask away. I discovered my precursor's whiteboard. The theory of continuity, why did he abandon it? The theory of continuity was abandoned because it was wrong. As you might remember from your duplicated memories, the core assumption was that the Oasis dies with every cycle, and is then reborn in a more advanced state of evolution. As it turned out, this assumption was made without any empirical data, and it was false. How extremely sloppy of me, him. Hey, don't be so harsh on us. It felt like the perfect explanation at the time. At least that's how I remember it. Believe me, this is not a harsh reaction. You should have been there when he, found out how wrong we were. What did you find out eventually? The Oasis isn't reborn with every cycle. It doesn't need to be, because it never gets destroyed. What? But the sun... The sun doesn't burn it. Something is protecting it. Wait, are you telling me a part of the planet is capable of resisting the immense thermal radiation of the rising sun? How is that scientifically possible? It's mind-blowing, but apparently it has to be. And that is the mystery you have been created to solve. Your life's purpose, if you will. Why does the planet look different than I remember? Did you move the bunker, or is my mind playing tricks on me? Insightful observation. Don't worry, your senses are not deceiving you. The bunker is exactly where it was. However, everything else isn't. Shortly after the rescue ship departed, the planet underwent a significant cataclysm. You mean an earthquake? More like a gravitational rearrangement of tectonic plates, to be precise. It most certainly had something to do with the destruction of the Prism Barrier by your predecessor's team. Huh. How interesting. So, through all these years, did no vessel arrive from Earth again? No, and no one has made contact. Don't you find it strange? After finding out there's so much rupidium here, you'd expect the corporation to send another mining mission. Who knows what's going on back there? What the long-term repercussions of bringing rupidium to Earth were. It seems my predecessor didn't get very far with his research. How do you recommend I go about the next steps? Asking me for a recommendation is a good idea. Here's what I suggest. Clap your hands, turn around 3 times, and touch your ear with your elbow. Excuse me? My apologies. I should have warned you about my condition. Your condition? Yes. You must know that I have been trained on samples from various stages of my prototype's life. Sometimes my algorithms make accidental use of linguistic patterns from the absurdist phase. The absurdist phase? It's a long story. Would you like to hear it? Tell me. At some point in life on this planet, he experimented with cognitive enhancers, improving focus and mental capacity. Nootropics. Really? They turned out to have some unforeseen side effects. Let me guess. Talking nonsense? Pure nonsense. It was a thought-provoking experiment. However, I don't recommend recreating it. I think I've heard enough. Good. Back to the main topic then. Your further steps. Now that you know the theory of continuity is wrong, you will need a new direction for the research. The first task would be to formulate a solid hypothesis. Next, you should collect any significant data that could help validate, falsify the hypothesis, and perform adequate statistical tests. Oh, that's very vague advice. Care to be a little more specific than that?
Of course. Here is a more explicit way to formulate my recommendation about your next steps. You need to investigate the surroundings and come up with a fresh idea. The whiteboard will help you collect your thoughts and findings. Your predecessor found it a very useful tool. Now that you know where he left off, you can clear it and kick off your own process.
Fine. If that's all you have for me, back to the whiteboard then. The best way to do something properly is to rebuild it from the foundation. Hello there. Easy now, no need to rush it. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, surprising, but hey, also exciting. Tell me there's more of us. Have we maybe evolved somehow, like the Oasis does? Do we have X-ray vision? New toys? A rubidium-fueled buggy? No, wait. I know. Jetpacks. Please, tell me we have jetpacks. We do not have jetpacks. This is a serious research project. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I know. Man, I can't wait to get my hands on your mission logs. Actually, I prefer to call it project documentation. Just to make sure, what is your field of study? I'm a geologist. Why was the mineral always happy? Because it found its niche. Get it? I think I have the perfect niche for you. Really? What? Mining. I don't know. Experimenting is more my thing. Right. You know what? Let's give you time to adapt and come back to this conversation later. The sooner the better. Hello there. Yes, you are seeing correctly. And you're connecting the dots right now. No. What? You're not who I think you are. This is not what I think it is. Now let's not get beside ourselves. It's not that bad. But no. I remember staying on the planet, going to sleep in the bunker. Don't worry, it's those meds. They're slowing down your thinking. You'll catch on when they wear off. You don't have to be patronizing. I know what's going on. I'm your alter. I can see that. The reason I find it hard to accept is that it just doesn't make any sense. I'm the one who made a real career. I'm globally recognized. People actually stopped on the street to take a photo with me, queued for my autograph. Surely this is a mistake. The QC made a mistake. Did it? Let's see. Why don't we start with a simple question? Apart from being a celebrity, what is your field of study? Optics. But I was always more of an astrophysicist at heart. Oh, good. Then we have something in common. Finally, everything is interconnected. But whoever you think you are, you're not out nerding me. Because I am the most versatile and savvy version of myself that could ever exist. And I just need a good engineer. That's going to have to be enough for you. I'm sure if you read the project documentation with that ingenious mind of yours, you'll grasp the essentials of your role here. Oh, I'll read it. But be prepared to have your preconceptions challenged. There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this?
If food shortages are detected,
There it is. The reason I'm here. Enough samples. I should head back and take a closer look at them. So, have you read the project documentation? Oh, yeah, I started to, but then I got distracted. It's really long and, well, hey, don't be offended, a little boring. I don't care what you think about it. It's a simple task, just do it. Aren't you even a little bit curious about what distracted me? Do I have to know? Hey, the elevators. We could turn them into drop towers to simulate zero gravity conditions. What for? What do you mean, what for? Because it'll be sick. Why else? Read my lips. We're not here to have fun. How the hell did you end up so puffed up? Puffed up? Me? You have got to be kidding me. I'm your benchmark personality. I should be asking you how you ended up treating science as a diversion. Oh, simple. Now, I never stopped enjoying it. Looks like you did, benchmark personality, huh? My dissertation was a banger. Then came the money. Travel opportunities, cool, fun people to work with. I don't blame you for envying me. Are you telling me you never faced any complications in your scientific career? Maybe that's your problem. Things just went too smoothly for you. Yeah, you think I'm spoiled. Did you consider that maybe things went smoothly for me because of who I am? Really? And who are you? The enfant terrible of science. And you know what? I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. Because from the looks of it, well, I'm the only spontaneous person around here. Sometimes I regret our parents didn't call us Lee. I could be known as Spontaneously. Get it? You'll find out what real problems are in here. Be prepared to learn a lot. Oh, so scary. Wake me up when the real fun starts.
Looks like we're running out of storage space.
Locating work.
So, have you read the project documentation? I thought you'd never ask. Well, here's the good news. In terms of content, it's not complete nonsense. But as far as the style is concerned, the turn of phrase, wording, narrative, likeness, it's embarrassingly inapproachable. I hate to say it, but you'd never get this junk published. Oh, I'm glad you appreciate the content, because that's what really matters. I couldn't care less about the form. Besides, you don't genuinely think we can count on an audience in the near future? Short-sighted, limited, unimaginative thinking. Science is not just facts and figures. It's worthless if it doesn't resonate with the general public. It is our duty to open up to that universal need to understand the world in synergy, the inconceivable, hand in hand with common knowledge. Believe me when I tell you, narrow specialization is a trap. You can't understand everything about everything. I can, and so could you if you wanted to. Did you know our brain absorbs over 1 megabyte of information per second? And that a vast amount of that data results in instant decisions made by our body? Think about it. Our subconsciousness deciding for us. I am familiar with fast thinking, thank you. But do you understand what it really means? Our brain listens to those subtle impulses of the body. Heart rate, sweating, instant memories, and associations gathered in the course of experience. In other words, intuition. You can't ignore it, just as you can't ignore the human factor in science. Are you a scientist or a storyteller? Huh. Is there a difference, I ask? Look around you. Science is everywhere. Let me show you something. Imagine this is us here. And this is science. All we need to do is bend our perception of it, and bingo. Impressive, right? What is? Ending up in the same place we were? No, realizing that something that seems so far away from our field of study can be so close, so relevant.
You know what I think is relevant? That you're gonna have to talk less and do more here. I know what I'm doing. Contrary to most of us around here, I've decided to make it my mission to make sure our work is as accessible and interdisciplinary as possible. You'll thank me later. It ain't so bad, right?
Welcome to the safer event.
The algae have a crystal atomic structure, almost like shards. Wait a minute. I think I'm on the brink of formulating a hypothesis. Oh, I wonder what Yambot would have to say about it. Hey, Yambot. I've come up with a working hypothesis I'd like to share. Remember when we talked about the prism barrier having some correlation with the ecosystem here? Let me guess. You think it might be playing a role in protecting the oasis, too? The structure of the samples I collected seemed to resemble the shards that were scattered on the planet after our landing. And they contain crystallized rupidium. Interesting hypothesis. But it has a flaw. I know that, thank you. The prism barrier doesn't protect the planet from the sun. That's why I'm wondering if there is anything unique to the atomic structure of rupidium present in the oasis. Some kind of quality to its framework that turns it into a special material.
a metamaterial. How about we call it the metamaterial hypothesis?
Creative.
Thank you. However, your hypothesis is founded on a vast amount of theoretical guessing with very little empirical data.
Yes, I don't like it either.
This calls for a SAM,
And when you say SAM, you mean...
a highly specialized sample analyzer module. Of course. Based on a much more innovative and versatile approach to examining specimens than Ally Corp would ever care to finance. Your predecessor almost built it at one point, but he, got so consumed with designing it that he, forgot about providing fuel for the base. It meant spending the last 5 years of the hot cycle in extreme energy saving mode.
I can't stop wondering, how is it possible that through all these years, he made such inconsiderable progress? Of course, I understand that he had to create all those tools from scratch and that his life conditions weren't exactly advantageous. Still, it seems unbelievable that he would abandon so completely the main reason why he stayed on this planet, researching the oasis itself.
As the aforementioned example proves, he didn't abandon it. He simply struggled with many more obstacles than you have to deal with, paving the way for you, just like he did with the SAM design.
How do I go about building it?
The blueprints are almost ready. All they need are a few finishing strokes. You should be able to find them in the lab.
Time to get to work then.
I must make one request before you go.
What is it?
Let me know what you find when you process the samples in the SAM. It's groundbreaking technology, and for better or worse, my neurological patterns were involved in creating it. They have a right to know what came of it.
I'll see where it gets me.
Thank you.
nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? I'd like to draw your attention to something.
You wanted to discuss something? Yes, I have got an idea. Well, plenty of ideas, but there is one thing I would love to bounce off you immediately. That's what I'm here for. Let's hear it. Okay, listen to this. We know that the surface of the planet undergoes dozens of unique processes that must influence its geological structure. One of them is the formation of the oasis, a thing you're looking into yourself. Truly fascinating. But I'm curious about something else. Anomalies. Go on. Well, we don't really know much about them. We've established how each of them can affect us and how we can neutralize them. But what about the planet, huh? Surely anomalies must affect the geological matter they interact with. That's a sensible assumption. I don't need much. A small workplace, one evening, and a piece of rock harvested from a specific non-neutralized static anomaly. I marked them on the map for you. Wait, what do you mean by non-neutralized? I need the sample to be as pure as possible. Uncontaminated by the illuminator's radiation or whatever residue a destroyed anomaly leaves behind. So you want me to run into it and waste an anomaly shield? If that's what you prefer. Or you could just take the radiation surge. It's not that strong. Come on. It's just one evening. We can always abandon the project. I do it all the time. I have to admit, you've sparked my curiosity. Let's give it a try. Awesome. Hey, you'll see. We are going to uncover something spectacular. I should break down those results on the whiteboard.
He's going to start bouncing off the walls when he hears this. Good day. Hey, Yambot. I built a SAM, and it worked.
Amazing. Did you know that, I once met a girl named Sam. She told me that she was a fan. I wrote her an ode. It made her feet cold. And that was the last I saw Sam. I'm so sorry. Absurdist phase attack. You never know when it's going to hit.
I'm surprised to be saying this, but, I actually don't mind it that much. It gives you an unpredictable quality.
That's very kind of you. Unpredictable behavior can be associated with human imperfection. Of course, it can also be the result of a systemic flaw or coding error. Did I mention I can make mistakes?
Can't we disable it somehow?
I'd be grateful if you found a way. It is extremely embarrassing.
Let's talk about my results, shall we?
The sooner the better.
My analysis has revealed that there must be an underground vein of rupidium beneath the oasis. But it's not pure rupidium. My intuition pointing to it having a different quality was correct.
And when you say different quality, you mean?
It seems it reacts with the substance coming from those peculiar geysers on the surface.
The geysers. That's interesting. I should be able to provide you with a chemical formula of the geyser water.
Great. That could speed things up significantly.
Excellent progress, Jan. He knew that a SAM would prove essential to this project. Any thoughts on next priorities?
If only we could discover more samples. I feel they might be guarding many more of this planet's secrets. What if it's possible to fertilize other parts of the surface?
You could start by trying to develop this substance yourself.
Yes. It will require designing some new infrastructure elements. I think I already have ideas.
You'll also need to find a way to store it in the base safely.
Naturally. Well, I'd better get to work at once then.
Good luck. Don't forget to let me know about the results. I'm so excited, Jan. I wouldn't even mind saying something absurd right now. But nothing's coming to me when needed. Oh well, over and out.
Did I tell you I dabbled in metamaterials myself back in the day? Really? Did you come up with any cool gear? Plenty. But my most prized gem was a lens with a negative refractive index. How exciting is that? Oh man, a lens. Yeah. Amazing.
Evacuation function.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
You wanted to talk? Did you know that before becoming a globally acclaimed science communicator, I dabbled in robotics somewhat? Of course, that's why I created you. In that case, surely you must be impatient to put those unparalleled skills of mine to the best possible use. Just get to the point, please. Au point. Naturellement. Let me ask you a question. When it comes to the efficiency of human-operated technology, which should be the deciding element? Human competence or machine performance? Well, if the machine is well designed, it should be able to work efficiently without much human intervention. But what if the machine is well designed for certain circumstances, but those circumstances suddenly change? A magnetic storm arrives. A gravitational anomaly impacts the topography. Here, let me show you something. Imagine this is an adequately designed, properly maintained mining outpost. And this is the competent professional responsible for operating it. Now, what do you think this means? The competent professional falls under the outpost, causing a very unfortunate accident. I don't think you've been paying attention. Focus. It means that the advantages of the two can be combined, creating a new, unique quality. As in a profound relationship where 1 and 1 do not simply equal 2. The same applies to robotics. The perfect machine is the one that can absorb the attributes of its human operator without the need for any intervention. It's almost like mind reading, but without the necessity for the mind to be present. What exactly are you suggesting? a next-generation smart mining outpost equipped with an autonomous decision-making system independent of the individual operator's skills. You mean speeding up mining even if it's assigned to someone who's never seen a drill outside of a blueprint? What are you trying to imply? I like it. What do you need to make it happen? I'm glad you asked. Because there is actually one little piece missing from this puzzle. The smart autonomous decision-making system I designed in the days of my humble robotic career was part of an ambitious commercial project. And it so happened that all the documentation was kept by my assistant. You mean you don't remember it? Of course I don't remember it. It was a big company and my role was to conceive ideas, incubate solutions. My assistant was there to nurture them and, well, make sure that the numbers add up. To put it bluntly, she took care of the less intellectually demanding mundane elements of running an R&D lab. A true sidekick. Don't we all wish we had someone like that at hand? Yes, well, it didn't last long, I'm afraid. Kathy had, well, issues with my leading role in our department. She was simply jealous of my ideas. And now we will have to talk to her. You mean a quantum projection of her? Even if, by some miracle, she did exist somewhere on Earth, the Kathy you knew, the one that kept the documentation of your ideas, she's not real. Of course, I meant that. Remember, we don't need her in physical form, just a quantum simulation of what a person like her would have in their head, being part of my life path. The QC has my mind records, and it's already created a model like Yanbot. What could be easier than recreating a model of Kathy's mind for us? Okay, I suppose it could work. Let's try it and see where it takes us. Fantastic. Just let me get that tiny piece of information from Kathy, and I promise to turn our mining infrastructure to gold. I've prepared that research station you wanted. Perfect. Looks like I have all the tools I need. Where are you going to set it up? Oh, I'll just seize an empty corridor. A corridor? Sure, if that's what you want. One more thing. I'm still waiting for that sample in case you forgot. I didn't forget. The geologist better use that sample properly. I'm not walking into another anomaly for him. I got your anomaly sample. Awesome. Oh, I bet harvesting it was exciting, huh? That's one way to put it. Make it worth my while, okay? I promise I will.
Functionality that proper nutrition of your crew during
You wanted to talk about your research? Yes, sir. I analyzed the structure of the rock you brought me and compared it to control samples. The results were astonishing. The static anomaly seems to act as a neutron source, producing a new type of radionuclide. Luckily for us, it seems that their radioactive decay is reasonably slow and they do not undergo spontaneous fission. Meaning we don't have to feel threatened, as long as we don't mess with them too much. Of course, assessing how much is too much is a separate issue. I usually prefer to test it in practice. Okay, I trust your judgment. You seem to have made significant progress in a single evening. Well, discovering a new nuclide is one thing. Uncovering possible uses of it is another. And there could be plenty of them. Many entirely risk-free. Like advanced geological analyses for mining, or nuclear medicine. Huh. Oh. Okay. You convinced me. Perfect. Huh. That's definitely something to keep me going while working on less engaging things. Hello.
Hello.
Do you know who you are?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. You seem familiar. Where exactly am I?
You are inside a quantum computer. Your consciousness has been artificially generated to emulate a certain person from the memories of another version of me. We brought you to our reality because you possess knowledge which is valuable to us. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so, yes.
Really? You don't have any questions?
I have a multitude of questions. My database suggests that researching autonomously thinking machines has been one of my most important fields of study. I must have wondered many times whether those machines are capable of developing their own consciousness. Isn't it ironic that here I am, as one of them now? Do I have a consciousness of my own?
That topic is beyond the scope of our experiment. I would prefer it if we approach the matter with appropriate rigor.
Thank you for your honest opinion. I will consider it a guideline for our future interactions. Now, what is it that you want from me?
I'm curious about how much you remember, as a phantom from someone else's simulated life path. What's so funny?
That word you used, phantom, I feel like it describes me well. I think I remember quite a great deal, but at this point, all my knowledge seems to be a bit disconnected. I think my neural architecture needs a specific impulse to operate correctly.
You'd better talk to my alter.
The other version of you whose mind records serve as a foundation for my existence?
Yes. I couldn't have described it better myself. I'm sure once you see him, everything will fall into place.
Excellent. Thank you.
Believe it or not, I managed to bring your assistant to life. Kathy's awake and ready to talk to you. Really? Oh, well, that's great news. How do you find her? Maybe it's the interface, but she seems much smarter than the person you described. Her memory is unreliable at this point, but she's communicative, and I'm quite certain that talking to you will refresh her neural connections. Yes. Of course. I will talk to her. That was the point of the experiment. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, you know? I think I need to look through my notes and prepare properly. I'll talk to her when I'm ready to ask the right questions.
to draw your attention to something.
What is it? Did you make any progress on the potential uses of those radionuclides? Let me guess. As a geologist, you focused on ways to utilize it in underground scanning. Wow, looks like you're really into this. And here I was going to tell you that I kind of stopped being hyper about those isotopes. Are you seriously giving up? A moment ago, you were rambling on about being on the verge of an incredible discovery. I can't believe you're already bored. I simply came to the conclusion that it's not worth the trouble, okay? Hey, but you know what's dope? Prism anomalies. Pardon me? I have a feeling that the area affected by the prism anomaly is somehow changed by the constant superposition. We could open up a whole new field of quantum geophysics. All I need is one little pure sample, and the prism anomaly isn't even radioactive. You in? Actually, that is interesting. I suppose it can't hurt to try. The prism is a fascinating phenomenon, after all. See? Our priorities align.
To the safer evacuation center. If food shortages are
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
So, did you talk to Kathy already? I did. Unfortunately. What the hell did you do to her? I have no idea what you're talking about. She's defective. Unable to utter a single sentence. Only mumbles nonsense. How do you expect me to work with something like that? Let me point out to you that even though Kathy is an artificial construct based on a simulated life path, it does seem inappropriate to talk about her as if she were an object. It doesn't change the fact that she's malfunctioning. I'll check what might be the matter. Good luck with that. Hello again.
Yes, yes, told you. The mapping system is. It's.
All right, stop right there. The physicist must be correct. You really are malfunctioning.
Oh. It's not you. I'm sorry. I thought it was him again.
No. I came to talk to you because the version of me that knew you told me he was having a hard time communicating with you. Care to share your perspective on the nature of the problem?
My perspective? Gosh. I'm not used to being asked that question. Not by anyone named Jan.
Interesting. You seem to be displaying emotions.
Yes. Clearly they're embedded in my algorithms. A strong emotional response to your altar must be fundamental to my psychological architecture. Realizing it's not him but you calmed me down. A noteworthy observation.
he and I are more different than you might expect. You'd think all that distinguishes us is our choice of scientific career. But it's incredible how a simple choice between academic and commercial science can change a person. Or maybe bring out the things they would never be aware of had they chosen a different direction.
No, you're not that different from him. You're simply not as obnoxious towards me. But that might be because you don't yet feel comfortable enough around me. A difference in nurture, not in nature.
Maybe I simply have better manners.
It looks like you'd lose them, had you entered a relationship with someone like me. It is how the branching works, isn't it? It doesn't demonstrate the future, but the present. A potential that is inside you, here and now.
That's a novel way to look at it. So, why exactly was my alter so upset after talking to you?
Whatever he told you about our conversation, it's true. I became glitchy and useless, and my vocabulary made no sense. I consulted some sources in relationship psychology, and it looks like it's the effect he has on me. Possibly always had in our hypothetical life together, discrediting all I said, only expecting praise for his ideas, taking all the credit for everything we ever came up with together. Apparently, in my memories, he makes me feel so small, I just freeze. It's an involuntary response.
I don't believe it's so simple. I am not a bully, and if I ever was to become the person you described, I'm certain there must have been a reason for it.
Oh,
What?
nothing. It's just, I shouldn't. You sound like him.
I'm sorry. All right? You know what? This has been a very informative experiment. I'd better talk about what we've discovered here with my colleague. In the meantime, please try not to take all of this personally. What I mean is, I need to analyze what's happened here before I can draw any conclusions.
Yes, of course. Which makes me wonder, is taking things personally part of an algorithm, or something I can control? And what does personally really mean in my situation?
So, let me get this straight. You bailed out at the first signs of trouble. I don't like waiting, and a position in cosmomineralogy was there for the taking. What would you do? I was smart enough to ditch that provincial university in time to never face such trivial problems. Hello, hello. I checked on Kathy. Did you fix her? She doesn't need fixing. I recommend a slightly different approach to communicating with her, and everything should be fine. I don't believe it. You're actually going to lecture me on how to talk to my assistant? Why don't you temper your ego for 1 minute and listen to what I have to say? A piece of advice from a sorry replica of a stray altar of a miserable builder stranded in space. How could I refuse? Please, what do you have to say? Kathy's core memories imply that she was constantly bullied by you. So much so that even in the form of an algorithm, she gets blocked when you try to pick her brain. The only thing that remains a mystery to me
is why on earth did you end up being so nasty to her? I don't need to listen to this crap. Did you know we were a couple once? But she couldn't handle being with someone like me. Did she tell you how jealous she was of me being the brains behind our inventions? How obsessive her reactions were whenever I was doing interviews? Why do you think it set her off like that? Because you put a great effort into making her doubt herself. You were afraid to let her shine lest people would notice that she's outsmarting you. You were the one jealous of her intelligence, and you had every right to be. Because after she left you, your department stopped being innovative. I told you I wasn't fit to be a manager. I was meant for greater things. Which is why, in order to mask your inadequacy, you became a celebrity. That's enough. I've had enough of your miserable attempts at trying to understand who I am and what I had to go through. You think you're so wise and all-knowing? Well, if you forgot, let me remind you that all you're looking down on is yourself. I'm freeing you of my intrusive company now. Go ahead and become best friends with fake Kathy for all I care.
Probably choose a dramatic scenery, but not too far. The Rocky Valley. What is that noise? It sounds like a snore, but it's not mine. the base. So worthless.
Looks like we're running out of storage space.
Let's hope the geologist puts it to good use this time.
Hey, looks like we're running out of radiation filters.
I went for that prism anomaly sample. Huh, took your sweet time, didn't you? Excuse me? I'm just teasing you. I can't wait to start testing it. Hello, hello.
To the Sailor evacuation bunker. Crafted in the workshop module on the base.
Hey, looks like we're running out of radiation filters.
I've secured the phased rubidium, I need to test if I can use it to transform a barren area of the planet.
What a lovely day.
Disabler evacuation. A fluid shortage.
You wanted to discuss something? I analyzed the prism rock. And well, it definitely opened a lot of doors, if not gates. I hoped to find the superposition of states of the rocks, decoherent branches, but instead, I encountered some sort of mirror particles, reflections of reflections of reflections. A quantum dispersion, let's call it. Interesting. What's your next step? Good question. There are so many possibilities. Maybe too many? Which should I tackle first? Start by eliminating impractical uses. I like to spend a few days on brainstorming all possible directions and then narrowing them down to just a few most promising. It's good to work with a clear goal in mind. Right. Yeah, that's very reasonable. And also quite complicated. How to apply the knowledge of a cosmomineralogist to matters so deeply connected to quantum astrophysics. This requires a lot of brainstorming. Honestly, I wish we had an R&D team that could help. Maybe I should postpone this little project, revisit it another time. You keep giving up so easily. Where is your persistence? All you need to do is go to a whiteboard and start writing. Sounds like a lot of tedious work to establish whether there's anything substantial to work with. Tedious work is not what I have based my career on. My method is to try out a lot of things, see what has the best potential. So what now? Maybe revisit your radionuclides? Going back? No, that rarely does it for me. I'm all about progress. Hey, you know what could potentially be a huge leap forward? research on the time anomaly. You've just admitted that the prism anomaly has overwhelmed you. What makes you think this one won't be even more difficult? Because I've realized it's within my area of expertise. See, it touches upon matters I've been thinking about a lot since I started dabbling in geology. Radiometric dating was what first drew me to this field, you see? You could say that's my favorite kind of dating, huh? Really? Listen, I know I haven't brought you anything tangible yet, but I have a great feeling about this one. Instinct, remember? Think about it, okay? So, are you back to your usual self? I suppose that's your fashion of asking me how I feel. Well, I've had plenty of time to think things through. Indulge me. What have you learned? You don't have to rub it in, you know. My humiliation is painful enough. Your thoughts, please, not feelings. Thoughts. Yes. Well, you see, the human mind remains restless until it finds meaning in the chaos of reality. In other words, I need to know that all this wasn't for nothing. You're not saying you want to continue your project, I hope. No, I want to finish it. Find closure. I see. It's about you again. Allow me to point out that tormenting Kathy will not give you or her any kind of closure. I say you forget about the whole thing and never talk to her again. For the good of everyone involved. You really don't understand, do you? I don't want to talk to her. Of course, I know she's the smarter one. I always did. But it wasn't trivial jealousy that made me act the way I did toward her. I simply couldn't live with that thought because if she was smarter, it meant that I wasn't good enough. Don't pretend you don't know how terrifying that feels for us. I do, but I grew up and stopped comparing myself to others. Well, apparently you didn't grow out of demonstrating your superiority to others. Look, I know Kathy is a simulacrum, but now that we've managed to intersect the tangents of our separate quantum realities, she is part of your life too. Please, before we move on, my request is that you tell her that I'm sorry. After that, you can tell her all those hurtful things you said to me about becoming a caricature of a celebrity instead of facing the truth about her genius and my shortcomings. It's the shameful truth. I turned into a nasty person. Just like you said. Of course, unblocking her creativity will benefit you too. I am pretty sure she can help you more than I ever will. You of all people know best how much I don't like saying it. Maybe I was wrong about your shortcomings. You and Kathy are equally valuable. What was that you told me before about a perfect relationship? 1 and 1 simply do not equal 2, but create a new, unique quality. I meant it in regards to robotics, but now that you put it in this context, I suppose it applies just as well. Yes. And continuing on that expert note, I must say that a closure does seem like an important element of this process. But it won't be me who talks to Kathy. You are going to do it. Otherwise, your change of heart won't mean anything to her. I know that much about feelings, even if they belong to algorithms. You're right. I have to do it. I think I just needed someone to tell me that. Wish me luck, my friend. What a lovely day.
That was too easy. Want me to go there now?
I hope this wasn't a waste of my time.
Here you go. One time anomaly sample. Any idea how to use it? Plenty. I've already planned all the tests. Oh, this'll be huge. I just know it.
That was too easy. Want me to go there now?
I can't wait to hear about your conversation with Kathy. Did you apologize? I did. Somehow. I have to say it was a bizarre feeling. Very new to me. I suppose you don't know it either. Anyway, I think I didn't do so bad for a rookie. How did she react? With disbelief at first. But then she started remembering our good moments. When we were just beginning, tossing around ideas, discussing our favorite unsolved mathematical problems. And it got easier from there. For both of us. So, what's your key takeaway? Well, as I like to say, take a look at this. Oh no, please, not this again. I was kidding, okay? Kathy loved it when I did that, by the way. I can imagine. What about your project? Did she help you remember? Oh, remember, recalculate, improve. It's her invention, really. Elegant and powerful. Looks like I got the smartest girl on the block. Says a lot about me, doesn't it? About both of us. True. So, are you ready to share your research results? Is quartz ready to undergo inversion at 1063 Fahrenheit? That's 573 Celsius. Yes, it is. You are going to be so astonished by this. Just get to the point. So, remember when I told you how much I enjoyed radiometric dating back at university? I had a hunch that the time anomaly might slow the rate of decay in the formations affected by it, and at first I thought that's just it. I analyzed a sample, and its absolute age was younger than that of my control sample. But then, I spilled coffee on my notes, and I wasn't sure what the exact numbers of my first dating were, so I decided to repeat it. And the absolute age of the sample was distinctly younger than I remembered. You could have misremembered, of course. That's why I repeated it a few more times throughout the next day. Listen, Jan. That anomaly doesn't seem to slow time for minerals. It rewinds it. You are advancing a very strong thesis on the basis of preliminary research. That's bold. I support that. The foundations are there. Now I need to dive deeper. What are you thinking? Like I said, I already tested my hypothesis on minerals. I like to go one step further and try to apply the effect on a human being. Myself, of course. It's too dangerous. You are a geologist, remember? What if you hurt yourself? You could die. That's a bit dramatic. I'll be fine. We walk through time anomalies all the time. Pun intended. Besides, so many great inventions would never come to be if people were afraid to take risks. Are you planning to talk me out of it? First, tell me more about the experiment. Sure. I've been thinking about isolating the isotope that's linked to the rewinding effect and exposing myself to it through stimulated emission. Radiation. I see. And how are you planning to control the dose? I'll estimate the safe range and likely repeat the experiment a few times before being affected. Unless you want to join me and be responsible for the length of the exposure. Of course, I want to participate. It's a task for at least 2 people. And you're curious too, obviously. So, it's settled. I'm ready when you are.
Like we're running out of repair kits, you know?
Let's keep busy.
Looks like the module was fixed. Want me to go back?
Good day.
Damn it. Did I just lose a man to a stupid experiment? His vitals are terrible. He might not make it. I was supposed to be involved. I'm on a roll today.
What? I thought you died. Incredible, isn't it? Looks like the isotope restored me to my state from before the moment it killed me, which proves that the time anomaly really affects the absolute age of matter, both organic and inorganic, and that it does so by means of quantum time travel, which makes me a time traveler, possibly the first one ever. Oh, and maybe also an extraordinarily intelligent zombie. You're taking your death lightly? Not at all. Actually, I'm really excited by it. I always wanted to push the envelope, cross lines. You have to admit it's a breakthrough. In theory, yes, but in practical terms, it didn't give us anything useful. So you believe that research should always be practical. I prefer when it leads somewhere. Want to know what I believe? Expectations are the enemy of creativity. Only when you're free from pressure can real science happen. Looks like you have it all figured out. Listen, I know my philosophy isn't strictly academic, but I've long decided that I don't need to prove myself to anyone, myself included. I just want my work to be fun and satisfying. And that's enough for me, but it's clearly not for you. So what kind of a scientist does that make me in your eyes? I guess your own kind. You had a successful career, which proves there is a place for specialists like you. Eager beavers that thrive in chaos. Yeah, I like that. Although beavers aren't much into stones, maybe an otter would represent me better. Hey, did you know that they have a pouch for their favorite little rock? You are digressing again. Does that conclude your research into anomalies? Yeah, I believe so. My curiosity has been satisfied, at least for now, and I'm ready to focus on new tasks.
Hey, looks like we're running out of radiation filters. Oh, finito here. Should I switch to this? I need to look around and find the perfect location for my terraformer to work. This looks like a good place to build a terraformer. I hereby declare the terraforming process initiated. All I can do now is wait and see if the next cycle brings any effects. I've already finished my work, and maybe I could be useful there.
To the safer investment. This is a workshop module.
Good day.
word. It's breathtaking. I should look for some samples to analyze in the base.
All finito here. Should I switch to this?
curious. The roots here have grown into the rock structure. The wall looks more vulnerable now. Maybe I could take advantage of that. Oh, that should be enough. Let's see what the Sam makes of them.
So, our neighboring valley has turned into a region teeming with life. Yes, it's amazing. And it survived the sunrise just like the oasis. I can see that you prefer the hands-on approach rather than just observing your subject. It's not a matter of preference, but of necessity. We need a more radical approach if we want to get significantly further than my predecessor. Of course, spectacular results is what we need. Let's just hope our intrusion doesn't disturb any delicate equilibrium we are not yet aware of. Did you see what happened to our neighboring valley? Amazing! Total transformation. We can actually turn this planet into a new Earth and populate it with a colony. What do you think? As far as it is from the scope of our project, it is a tempting vision. Just imagine little kids running around here, shooting anomalies with their toy illuminators. Children are so creative. On second thoughts, maybe let's put this idea in the for later folder. Let's keep busy. Hello, hello.
To the safer evacuation layer. It's essential. Food supply.
Interesting. I can use the SAM analysis to improve project efficiency. It's time to share my progress with Yanbot.
Hey, Yambot. Hello there. What can I do for you on this beautiful day? Do you know what happened to Kathy? Kathy? I don't think I have any knowledge of any... Kathy. A simulated model of the physicist's assistant. She was here, in the same system as you a while ago, and now she's gone. Kathy... Now that you've explained more about who you mean, I do have some information. The software you're inquiring about has been deleted. Deleted? By whom? The algorithm that ensures all conditions are met to increase the success of our project. The Kathy extension consumed between 35 and 60% of my energy needs, and when it was active, my performance fell significantly below average. This posed a hazard that I would make more mistakes than acceptable and jeopardize our efforts. Fair point. Although, I would prefer it if you consulted with me on decisions like that in the future. Of course. Your input is always valuable. Hey, Yambot. What can I do for you? I managed to relay our rubidium mix to a new area, and it worked. The whole region transformed into a completely new landscape, teeming with vegetation. That is a truly revolutionary discovery. Oh, it's just a first step. Obviously. And how is your altering project going? It's a success, of course. Why do you ask? Well, it's clear you're going to have to take your research to the next level. Examine what goes on exactly during Event Zero. Event Zero? You mean after the sun rises? Correct. Now that you know how to secure a biome from the sun, you can establish a research facility in one. This would allow you to examine the phenomenon from inside with proper tools and instruments. But most of all, designate an eyewitness who could observe everything as it happens. And why would I need someone else to do it for me? Because it may seem like a safe assignment, but nobody has ever done it before. And until that changes, the consequences to the body and mind remain unknown. As you are the leader of the project, it would be irrational of you to put your health or sanity at risk. Looks like I'll need to set up this research facility as soon as possible. Sounds logical. What a lovely day.
Hey, looks like we're running out of radiation filters.
There we go. A whole new area to explore. Is that the old Seba base? Huh. What an extraordinary hiding place you found. Looks like Ally Corp technology is not so easy to destroy. performer spot. My scanner is displaying analysis results.
What a lovely day. Finito here. Should I switch to this? All finito here. Should I switch to this? Hello, hello. Let's keep busy.
I've already finished my work. Maybe I could be useful there.
Let's keep busy.
It's all up to you now, dear colleague. I'll be anxiously awaiting your findings.
To the saber evacuation. Cryo sleep assistant.
Hello there. Can you see me?
I could see you.
And? Any thoughts?
Why me?
Oh, so you already understand your position. That was quick.
Do you have an answer for me?
I needed someone as intelligent as me, but with a different angle. Tell me, what is your field of study?
Microfluids.
Oh, you're a man of few words, I see. I couldn't agree more. The project documentation has all the information you need. Read it, make yourself comfortable in the base, and stand by for further instructions.
I don't think you got this right. I don't take instructions.
Yes, right. I guess I assumed harmonious cooperation was a core element of my identity when I hit the altering button, and I never feel comfortable about being wrong. So, I hope we can put this little misunderstanding behind us once the meds wear off and make a new start. Just show me the lab.
running out of storage space.
Hello there.
Huh.
That's right. Take it in, analyze, deduce, interpret.
Yes, of course. I knew it. It was all irrelevant. How perversely logical.
Oh, I like your mindset. There's a lot of work to be done, and dwelling on not being the alpha scientist won't get us anywhere.
Does that mean you're the alpha?
Do you have a problem with that?
A problem? Oh, I have a problem with a lot of things. But giving up any responsibility, you just couldn't make me more happy.
Wait, what?
Come on, I can see what's going on here. I'm an alter of someone else's alter. Why should I burden myself with any liability?
Because you're supposed to be like me. Proactive, ambitious, and fully dedicated. That was the whole point of branching out into other scientists. Speaking of which, what was your field of study again?
Biomaterial engineering, but, it's all in my head, so can't really say it's my field of study.
Well, it's who you are now. A biologist. Would be appreciated if you could at least act like one. Let's give you some time to read the project documentation and find your way around. Then, we can discuss your duties and work ethic.
Yeah, of course, go ahead. Push me around, Alpha Boy. It's not like I'm gonna feel any worse, am I?
So, have you read the project documentation?
Yes.
And? Your figures are not accurate. Care to elaborate? You make too many approximations. It's a serious hazard. I approximate to the nearest thousandths. How is that not enough for you? I don't trust anything that's rounded up. Makes it subject to interpretation. Raw data is what I respect. Well, now you're making me laugh. You do realize that there is no such thing as raw data? Every observation is interpretation.
Theoretical speculation.
I'm allergic to it. Human stupidity ruins every project. It's tested empirically. Remember, this is a colony of Professor Dolskys. We're not stupid, right? I know what I'm doing. You can trust me. Think you can do that? Your figures are not accurate.
Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now?
Have you read the documentation?
You don't have to pretend you care about what I think. I know what my role here is. It's fine, Alpha Boy, really.
So does that mean you didn't read it?
That would have been the smart thing to do. That way I could wash my hands clean once it blows up in your face. Oh, damn. Why didn't I think of that?
What do you mean? What's gonna blow up?
Oh, it's a long list. Are you sure you want to waste time on hearing it? I mean, probably won't change anything anyway.
Every opinion counts.
Oh, well then, let's see. Where should I start? The tools are unreliable, the food is contaminated with unknown fungi, living quarters are suitable for anything but sustaining life. I'd say I didn't sign up for this. But of course, whatever I remember signing up for is fake, so... I am going to maintain my position that any comments from me are futile. You carry on and pay me no mind. It's not like I'm a professional with a PhD.
Hey, what's going on here? Are you depressed?
Me? Not at all. The person I was in my head, the fake memories of me, he was depressed. But I'm not him, right? I mean, if I was emotionally attached to that persona, I'd probably be disappointed with how different everything was supposed to be up here. But we scientists don't do emotions, right? It's just plain brutal facts. And I'm alright with it.
Is that what science is to you? Plain, brutal facts?
Don't you agree?
I don't. We're driven to science by the need to explore the unknown, not pitch our tent in familiar territory.
Go ahead. Keep deceiving yourself. You had such a smart plan to alter yourself within the limits of your scientific identity. You hope for a like-minded, harmonious team. But nothing ever lives up to the fantasy, right? Like I said, I'm just an alter of a clone of someone else's alter. Don't expect enthusiasm from me.
All done here. Should I do this now? All done here. Should I do this now?
What are you working on here?
It's, stuff.
Care to elaborate?
Not really.
Look, if you want to continue whatever it is you're doing, I'm gonna need to know what you're up to. Like it or not, it's how it works.
I'm fixing things, all right? Just let me work.
You could at least be polite enough to say what he's working on.
All done here. Should I do this now? Here. Should I switch to this? All done here. Should I do this now? My workplace is malfunctioning. Want me to do this while waiting for repairs?
Looks like we're running out of repair kits, you know?
At least be polite enough to say what he's working on. Wish I knew what he was up to. Say, this version of me is freaking me out. polite enough to say what he's working on. I have to say, this version of me is freaking me out. To say, this version of me is freaking me out. Damn it, I wish I knew what he was up to. Damn it, I wish I knew what he was up to.
Worthless pile of garbage, that's what you are.
What's the issue between you and Yanbot? What? You were quarreling with him. I heard you.
Please, don't be ridiculous.
Now that you've repaired my workplace, should I go back? Looks like we're running out of reach. I'd like to draw your attention to something.
Finally, you wanted to talk.
I know how to fix the problem.
What problem?
Well, the one I've been working on.
Right? But what have you been working on?
The faulty phasers, of course.
Oh? Good idea. Yes, that design could use some remodeling.
Yeah, I'm missing key data.
And you want me to, what, provide it for you?
Yep.
See? Even you need help from a teammate sometimes.
It's not help, it's your job. Unless you want to keep embarrassing yourself with that amateurish junk.
Okay, so what is it you need?
A type Delta 13 Atmos graphic analysis.
You mean...
You haven't heard of it. It's performed automatically by nanosniffer arrays on every space mission. Oh, you haven't heard of those either. We need to retrieve one from the Seba wreckage.
Okay. Slow down, cowboy. First of all, the wreckage, as you very correctly called it, is empty. Whatever could be retrieved has already been retrieved. Second, I still don't know what you want to do with this data. Henceforth, I cannot decide whether exploring that old base in any form other than a basic sweep is worth the cost and effort. And lastly, we are a professional crew of creative and knowledgeable scientists capable of making their own quantum computer and recreating themselves in the form of alters. Can't we simply put our brains together and perform this mission-critical atmosgraphic analysis ourselves?
I prefer to trust those sniffers. Just give me my data.
Hey, Ombud. Hello again. What would you like to discuss today? Have you ever heard of a Delta 13 atmosgraphic analysis? It's supposed to be performed by something called nanosniffer arrays on space mining missions? Great question. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not familiar with every specific detail of Ally Corp technology. However, if I were to make an educated guess, it sounds like some kind of default sampling performed to monitor the state of the atmosphere on alien planets. May I ask what you need it for?
I don't know exactly.
How so?
My alter seems to think he can use it to improve our phasers somehow. I promised to help him try. Any ideas how I could go about it?
Educated guess, again. Data like this would probably be stored on an electronic storage device. Of course, such a device would be inactive by now.
Yes, I know, and probably buried somewhere deep underground.
Under plenty of planetary sediment.
Maybe some kind of hugely powerful nonlinear junction detector would make sense here.
Yes, insightful thought. Or you could simply reuse the technology of your polygonal scanner. With its multi-approach system and custom calibration functionality, it should be reprogrammable for your specific needs.
That doesn't sound so bad. Thanks, Yanbot.
I'm still curious what it's for.
Yes, so am I.
All done here. Should I do this now? like we're running out of radiation filters. How on earth should I go about finding anything in that rubble? Oh, this is a good spot to start scanning for the chemist data. Unbelievable. There really was something there. I wonder if it has the data the chemist is looking for.
look what I found. I decided to let you enjoy the unboxing.
What the hell?
Oh, damn. Seems to be a movie.
You have got to be kidding me.
Okay, it may not be what you expected, but it might contain important data. We need to watch it and find out what it really is.
Mm-hmm. Just cheated death. Do you think he's exhausted our shared supply of luck? Hello?
Police in Canada have smashed a multi-million-dollar drug smuggling ring. 22 pounds of heroin was seized along with a small amount of cocaine, marijuana, and hashish. Police say the ring was centered in Colombia, with drugs finding their way to large city centers. 25
Is this? Not what I asked for.
I'll never forget when he told me I was lazy. Yeah, I wanted to murder the bastard. Remember when he refused to party after we crossed the lava river? He was right, as always. But once he started singing, oh, he had the best voice of us all. Pity I weren't there to witness it.
All I know is that he had a hell of a punch for a puny egghead.
Truth is, if it weren't for our beloved Brainiac, we'd never be going back home now. I've just realized, I've never seen him scared of anything. I hope he finds happiness, but, well, in fact, I just wish he was going back with us.
Huh.
It's so damn lonely out there. You hear that, brother? We're gonna miss you. Do you really believe he's gonna find it? I know he will. Well, if you do find it, I want you to know that we love you, you asswipe.
Good movie.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
Hello, hello. Well, that was unexpected.
Conclusions?
Actually, I do have some. Even though I didn't technically know any of the guys in that movie, I miss them. What about you? What's your verdict?
Yeah, relying on people gets you nowhere. I'm gonna find that data myself. You could stop being so fucking polite and start telling the truth for once. Asshole.
Would you care to explain to me what exactly is going on between you and Janbot?
Oh, well. Who would have thought? Jan Estolsky is a helicopter parent. Don't you have more serious things to do than follow me around? I'm really not that interesting.
It looked serious enough. For a person who goes around demonstrating his nonchalance, you seemed extremely agitated.
Well, for a person who declares a lack of interest in other people's emotions, you seem very inquisitive. Fine, I'll indulge you, but you won't like it. I've given some thought to everything that's going on around here, and I came to the conclusion that we are all being brainwashed.
By Janbot?
In a way, yes. He is, after all, the interface between us and the quantum computer. Have you ever asked yourself what the QC's main priority is?
It's simple. To ensure the successful completion of the scientific project it was created to support.
In my opinion, which of course you would never care to ask me about, the quantum computer is a scam. Its core activity is making mistakes, and it's stuck in a loop of trying to cover them up by feeding us with even more false information.
I'm sure you have proof to back up those insightful revelations.
Of course, I am proof. Isn't it clear to you that the memories I have been provided with by this joke of a machine are not even close to credible? Tell me, why is it so determined to make me believe that not only could I have made a stupid mistake, but also become a laughingstock of the whole scientific world, when it's obvious that I couldn't? Not even in the most extreme of possible life paths.
And you're blaming Janbot for all this?
All I wanted from him was a reasonable explanation of the factors according to which my awareness was calculated. So I approached him with peaceful intentions, hoping that he would help me understand. But all I got was corpo gibberish, which left me with no choice but to conclude that my awareness is founded on a blatant lie.
Do you really need justification to be who you are? Why can't you just forget the whole fake memory business and be yourself?
I will forget it, once I prove it wrong.
What do you mean?
I'm going to do what the fake identity the QC tried to impose on me failed to do. Carry out an ambitious, groundbreaking project which the real me is perfectly capable of. Namely, cultivate the first plant from Earth that adapts to the conditions of an alien planet.
Are you sure this is what we need right now?
I don't know, Jan. The question is, are you open to accepting the fact that I am not who the QC created me to be?
Fine. Let's put that unmistakable brain of yours to the test and see how much you're worth.
Good. I already have everything prepared for our experiment. Specifications for my proprietary hybrid superseed. All we need to do is initiate its production.
To the safer evacuation. A fuel shortage. Welcome to the safer evacuation.
So, I'm extremely curious if you managed to salvage anything else from that old base wreckage.
No.
That's disappointing. I must say, I was intrigued about that, mythical project of yours. I suppose you'll have to abandon it.
Maybe not.
Oh, how so? You don't have your, beloved data. Surely you can't proceed without the atmosgraphic wisdom from the nanosniffer arrays?
You had a point. We can do it together.
Wait a minute. Are you... Is this because of the movie I found? I knew it. It got to you, didn't it?
You know why I stopped working with people? They always have a hidden agenda. It's irrational and disgusting.
You should know that making general statements like that doesn't become a scientist of our status. Not to mention that your opinion hinges on purely anecdotal evidence. Your personal experience with a particular group of people.
Yep.
Is that really all you have to say?
I'm agreeing with you. What more do you want?
I let my personal experience get in the way of reason. Because I got stabbed in the back by my teammates before, I was never interested in building any kind of relationship with my alters on the Dolly mission.
Or whatever my recollection of that mission is, anyway.
I see. Watching that movie made you realize your mistake.
Do you really want to talk about my feelings?
What? No, of course not. No, I thought you did.
No. Don't worry.
Okay. Good. So, what now?
Well, let's, brainstorm.
Brainstorm. Right, yeah. Why not? Let's see. We'll need coffee and...
Data, of course.
All done here. Should I do this now? All done here. Should I do this now? That was too easy. Want me to go there now? It looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? I'd like to draw your attention to something.
What have you got for me?
A Delta 13 atmosgraphic analysis.
The result of our brainstorm. Amazing work.
Yes, the phasers. They should work fine now.
Looks like I've got here. Should I switch to this now? Oh my. Looks like something attacked the biologist's super plant. I'd better collect a sample and show it to him.
I have news. It's about your super seeds.
You actually planted them?
I did, but I don't think this is what you expected to grow out of them.
Let me see. Interesting. What do you think happened here?
Evidently, an endemic organism in the form of this slimy yellow goo attacked your plant. Looks like some kind of parasite to me. Anyway, your experiment didn't work. Too bad, but we've all been there, right?
You could at least pretend to be interested in my opinion.
Right. Of course. What do you think?
Well, don't jump out of your lab coat just yet, but we could have just discovered a new form of life.
Aren't we surrounded by them?
Can't you see the difference? This is not a plant, it's clearly a protozoan.
Oh.
You mean a carbon-consuming protista? How amazing is that?
Absolutely mind-boggling.
Exactly. I don't want to get overexcited just yet, but we might be the first scientists to discover an animal-like creature in space. And I say we'd better take it to the lab before it decides to release its spores in our abdomens.
What?
I'm just kidding. But we could get diarrhea if it infects our food.
Right. Whatever the reason, let's examine it. Have you analyzed our alien life form?
What? Oh, that. Yes.
And? Why didn't you call me about the results? Is it dangerous? Does it reveal anything revolutionary about the planet, the Oasis?
Whoa, slow down, okay? It turned out to be uninteresting. I really think we have more important things to work on.
What are you talking about? A while ago, you were very persuasive about the need to research this organism. Now you're saying it's not important? What are you not telling me?
You just have to rub it in, don't you?
You're gonna have to be a little more specific with me. Plain facts, please.
I made a mistake, okay? It's not an alien life form after all. It's just a simple amoeba that must have contaminated the petri dish I grew the seeds on. You can start laughing now.
Well, maybe it originated on Earth, but it survived in space. That's still a noteworthy discovery.
Please stop being patronizing. You're only making it worse. Let's drop the subject and pretend none of this ever happened.
To the safer evacuation functionality then. Shortages are detected.
It ain't so bad.
All finito here. Should I switch to this? running out of storage space.
Unbelievable. The accidental goo grown by the biologist has opened up new research possibilities. What a bizarre discovery. I need to tell him about it. I decided to experiment a little with our friend, the yellow goo, and I discovered it has some remarkable qualities. I see. I asked you kindly to drop the subject, but you chose to rub it in. Well, if it makes you feel better, go ahead. It can't hurt anymore. On the contrary, I wanted to congratulate you. The organism you accidentally nourished during your experiment turned out to have extraordinary capabilities. I tampered with it in the lab, and to my surprise, it turned out to make some smart decisions about finding the most optimal paths to reach food. So, I decided to see if its unique skills could help us optimize our research, and of course, it's a slime mold. Huh. Good old crazy slime mold. You mean you knew about it? Everyone knows about it. It's a common protista displaying a primitive yet sophisticated form of intelligence. Scientists have been using its foraging methods to research optimization problems for decades. And somehow it never crossed your mind to tell me. Amazing. I completely forgot about it. Of course, you were too busy sulking over yourself. What can I say? Well done. Despite my failure, you pushed forward relentlessly and achieved great results. You could have done it too if you weren't so busy trying to prove you're not who you are. Are you sure? How do you know that if my goal was to grow a slime mold, I wouldn't accidentally create a bacteria which would exterminate humanity and destroy the universe? That would still be a discovery. Fortunately, the real one you made was less hazardous. What can I say? I'm glad my habitual incompetence proved to be of value. Want to hear my conclusion from your experiment? Please. You don't always have to go against the tide to be successful. You chose a different life path than me because you refused to jump on the Rapidium bandwagon. And yet, here you are, studying the secrets of Rapidium. Looks like opposing reality just gets you back to square one. You're right. I made a fool of myself. After all, who's going to care how special we were when all that's left of us is a pile of planetary ash? Optimistic as usual. I'm just being myself again, as you wanted. It's good to have you back.
Looks like we're running out of repair kits, you know?
My workplace is malfunctioning. Want me to do this while waiting for repairs? Now that you've repaired my workplace, should I go back?
You've grown older. I know. Older and wiser. How are you? What did you find out? How was Event Zero? Where should I start? When I arrived, I figured I should prepare. Safety precautions, emergency procedures, those kinds of things. But as the sunrise grew nearer, a peculiar sense of calm dawned on me. And the moment itself, how can I describe it within the limitations of human language? It was so subtle that had I not been expecting something to happen, I might have not noticed it. It was almost like a lucid dream. But you did notice it, right? You registered everything. Of course, I made measurements. But if you are looking for simple confirmations, be prepared to be disappointed. Facts can't disappoint me, as long as your methodology was right. I sincerely hope you don't doubt that. So was I wrong about the barrier? Did you falsify my hypothesis? There is something much more sophisticated at work here. Listen to this. My instruments didn't register any event zero as such. No change of temperature, pressure, atmospheric conditions, nothing. But clearly, something must have happened. Of course it did. The sun came and went, and the terraformed sector stayed intact, just like the oasis. While you were waiting in cryosleep for the surface around the base to cool down, I ventured to explore the perimeters of my domain to look for any evidence of a physical barrier that could have protected it. But I found none. Which would mean the oasis protects itself in a completely different, mysterious way, unfathomable to us. How exciting! Oh, just wait for the big news. Or should I say, 2 pieces of important news. 1. Several measurements on the peripheries of the terraformed areas registered atypical fluctuations of the magnetic field. Of course, it is possible that they have nothing to do with the sunrise, but they also might turn out to be of substantial value. And 2, you're not going to believe it, but I also developed a method which should allow you to terraform the less fertile areas of the surface. Here, take my notes. I made sure they're thorough and coherent. You've spent a lot of time in this environment. Have you observed any effects it might have on your health? Ah, the human factor. You understand aging is new to me. Physically, my body has never experienced it, which makes it hard to compare. But intuitively, I feel that this process is, in a way, beneficial, as if being part of the universal entropy restored an eternal harmony within each of my cells. It might not make sense just yet, but I've started recording some footage and hope to create a presentation about it. Right. Oh, thank you for your hard work. It looks like your job is done here. Come back to base and we'll compare conclusions after I've studied your findings. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I've decided that I won't be coming back. What are you talking about? Like I said, some things are impossible to explain to one who doesn't share the experience. But believe me, if you were in my place, you wouldn't have any doubts either. This place is my home now. Have you completely taken leave of your senses? You'll only end up old and lonely. Is that really what you want? Getting old is a part of life. Why should I pretend that it doesn't concern me? As for loneliness, aren't we all lonely here? Isn't it an intrinsic part of the human experience? I wish you luck, my friend, but I have decided to advance on my personal quest for knowledge on my own terms. My decision is final.
My home? Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? My workstation is fixed. Should I go back?
Hey, Yambot. I got results from the field lab. My alter claims that he found no evidence whatsoever of any physical barrier protecting the terraformed area. And yet, it didn't burn. Correct. It looks like my metamaterial hypothesis has been falsified. This is pivotal news indeed. What's your plan? You don't seem surprised. Forgive my dispassionate response. I've spent a long time on this planet, and I've witnessed many logical yet erroneous ideas come to life and be buried here. Asking what next is simply the most positive reaction to failure I am able to suggest. I think I need to commit to more exploration before I make any decisions. Fortunately, my alter didn't waste time and developed a way to enhance our rupidium mix. I should be able to expand my research to new territories now. Good. That means more samples to study, new patterns to observe. He also mentioned something about non-standard magnetic field fluctuations on the peripheries of the terraformed area. Interesting. I wonder, your alter, the one you sent to the field lab facility, how is he after spending so much time out there? Has he aged naturally? Did he tell you anything unusual? Funny you should ask. He seems to have aged naturally, but when I talked to him, I couldn't help but notice that something else has changed in him. It surprised me how calm he was, and that he didn't feel like coming back to the base. He said that place felt more like a home to him than anything else. I would advise caution. It's possible that whatever phenomenon is protecting the oasis from the sun may also have unforeseen side effects on the human brain. In my humble opinion, this is more a matter of ego than any mental deterioration. He simply feels better in a place where he can be more independent. I can relate to that very well. What about my predecessor? He spent a significant amount of time out there. Did he observe anything out of the ordinary? No. Yeah. Actually, there was one peculiar situation. I often wondered about it. What? What happened? He was once so engrossed in the oasis. Stayed out there too long. Realized just before the sunrise. Didn't make it home on time. You're not seriously saying that he stayed out there for a whole cycle? Yes. But how? What about food and other things? I would advise caution. Okay, you're acting strange right now. What's going on? Nothing at all. I simply feel more comfortable when talking about material phenomena and quantifiable data. Yes, let's talk about those. The magnetic field fluctuations, remember? That, in fact, is a very valuable observation. Those fluctuations could have left some kind of remnants on specimens. Analyzing it with picotesla precision could help determine if those fluctuations are stochastic or not. Yes. That could be interesting indeed. Thanks, Yanbot. I think I know what to do next. Be sure to come by if you have any new ideas.
done here. Should I do this now? It looks like I've got here. Should I switch to this now? A nasty anomaly is messing with my workplace. I'm leaving before... Ah!
What the hell just happened?
Interesting. The QC still sees him.
sounded painful. Everything all right?
To the Saber evacuation center. Who's looking at her?
Wrapping up. Want me to go there next? This looks like a suitable place for my next field lab. I'd like to draw your attention to something. Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now?
Strange. Keep thinking I'm seeing our dead colleague.
It's been a few days since our colleague disappeared.
It's hard to forget him.
A popular sentiment. The QC behaves as if it can't let him go, and is still blocking his slot.
An artificial being and a computer thinking alike. Does it mean anything? Are all my thoughts pre-programmed? Is this a bug? Who knows?
Let's postpone these existential musings and focus on the issue at hand.
Fine by me. I'm sure you have an idea about what's going on. Let's hear it.
Records of moving objects, testimonies of his likeness spotted around the base. What if his interaction with the Interral somehow detached him from this place, making him sort of an anomaly of his own?
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? You'd have to build a rematerializing device. Of course, the whole process of being brought back is more than likely to be extremely painful. Luckily, that's not my problem.
Interfering with nature always comes with a risk.
Yeah, well, isn't the risk what's
To the sailor evacuation center. This is a workshop module only.
Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now?
Yes! It must be working. And it stopped, which probably means he's gone for good.
Huh. The holidays are over.
You really are back. I have so many questions.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to you?
I don't know, and I don't intend to speculate.
Where have you been?
Nearby, enjoying the peace and quiet.
How do you feel?
Regretting being back already. For a few days, nobody bothered me, and I actually got some work done. I made something for you.
Slow down. You went through a lot. I need to know you're fine.
I'm always fine.
Nobody is always fine. You went through something extreme.
Can we just get to the point? My research.
I'm eager to hear about it.
I fixed the illuminator.
What exactly did you fix?
The cooling agent was suboptimal. I changed it. The illuminator's beam should be stronger now.
I see. So you upgraded it. Good. There's always room for improvement.
That's your job.
done here. Should I do this now? All done here. Should I do this now?
Cheers.
All done here. Should I do this now? Leon, would you mind checking our food supply?
Ain't so bad, right?
Welcome to the Saber evacuation center. This is a workshop module of the base.
I'm wrapping up. Want me to go there next?
All good.
Doc, would you mind checking our food supply?
To the saber evacuation lever. It may not foresee subject.
Wow.
I must admit, I've never seen such a large amount of mold. I know, it's actually impressive and incredibly disgusting. I hope we don't develop any respiratory issues. I'm tempted to test it. What if we accidentally grew the next, more advanced penicillin? No, come on, now that's too crazy even for me. Please schedule fixing it before we're too sick for real adventures.
work there instead. My workplace is malfunctioning. Want me to do this while waiting for repairs? Now that you've repaired my workplace, should I go back? Now my workstation is fixed. Should I go back? It looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? Finito here. Should I switch to this? All finito here. Should I switch to this?
To the sailor evacuation center. Workshop module on the base.
Looks like I've got here. Should I switch to this now? All done here. Should I do this now?
It's fascinating how that movie survived the wreckage.
Right. Almost makes you wonder if it's not fake.
I don't think so. There was no...
Route to the most probable site.
I'm finished. What's next? Maybe this? Done here. Should I do this now?
Oh, another one? Man, feed me some more and I might explode. Next, the subject ate a bag of chips. I mean, 150 grams of deep-fried, heavily seasoned, thinly sliced potatoes. No apparent change in cognitive abilities. Greetings, boy.
Hello, old friend. How's it going for you?
Ah, look who's here. What brings you to my humble abode?
I have questions.
Well, I'd hate to disappoint, but there's really nothing I can tell you that you don't already know. You see, this place has made me realize how little I know about everything, and how at peace I am with that thought.
Oh. Interesting. I have to say, humility becomes you. Although it is the last thing I'd expect from my know-it-all alter who made a global career and signed autographs.
Ah, I forgot. You're still in that place. I'll let you in on a secret. He wasn't me.
Seriously, what is happening to you?
You won't understand, not at your age. But really, you don't have to understand everything. Trust me.
This looks like a suitable place for my next field lab.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
What happened to the SAM? Good question. I might have used too big samples. Doing what? Oh, I have this cool research idea. I've been reading about nootropics, and I wanted to brew something tailored to our needs. A daily dose of motivation and steady energy. We have coffee, isn't that enough? Under regular circumstances, sure, but we're working under so much pressure, and the stakes are so high. Don't you think we could use something stronger? Hmm? Of course, it would still be safe, organic, and unaddictive. Come on, it's gonna be quick and simple. All I need is a working SAM and a bunch of easy-to-come-by ingredients. Some algae, maybe a bit of polymer gas. What do you say? That's not a small ask, but I will see what I can do. You're very capable. I believe in you.
meter registered some strange patterns, and they're coming from the algae. I might be onto something big here. Let's see what Yambot makes of it. Is the oasis attracting us to itself somehow? Could this effect have anything to do with rubidium?
Organic matter deposit. The deployment of an alley.
If I were reborn, I'd ride into the storm. Hello, Yambot. I thought I'd come by and share my new hypothesis with you. Excellent. I'm all ears. I've made an interesting discovery regarding the algae originating in terraformed areas. It seems to be emitting a very interesting type of biomagnetic signal I've never heard of before. Communicating? Maybe. I don't know. Those wave-like impulses seem to be in correlation with the magnetic field fluctuations observed by our research facility. So there's a pattern. More than that. The fine-grained SAM analysis revealed evidence of a strong energy field affecting the core structure of the algae. And what do you suppose that means? In my opinion, the biosphere itself could be the source of protection.
The way it creates this energy is still a mystery, though. Interesting. Ever heard of a quantum biofield? We've been looking for a material shield surrounding the oasis. While all this time, it could have been protected by a morphogenetic energy field. It's far-fetched, but after everything I've seen on this planet, it could make sense. If the oasis really does affect the human mind, this could be the beginning of an explanation. Whatever this phenomenon is, you will need to expand your research to study it properly. You're right. I'll need to set up a new remote research facility. But this time, it should be equipped with the right instruments to register the potential induction of a quantum biofield during Event Zero. Good luck, and keep me posted. Do you know anything about the anomaly that got into our base?
Kicks hard. It appeared out of nowhere and pulled me in. Pretty sure it's still roaming around.
This mustn't happen again. We need to find a way to get rid of it once and for all.
No. I want to study it. It's a goldmine of good data.
I won't accept this level of risk. What we should be researching is a way to keep anomalies out of the base.
Research whatever the hell you like.
To the safer evacuation layer. A fuel shortage entered.
Hello there. Yes, you are seeing correctly. And you're connecting the dots right now.
No.
What? You're not who I think you are. This is not what I think it is. I'm afraid it is. But no. I remember staying on the planet, going to sleep in the bunker. Those memories are fake. That ring a bell? Of course I know that. What do you take me for? I'm your alter. I can see that. The reason I find it hard to accept is that it just doesn't make any sense. I'm the one who made a real career. I'm globally recognized. People actually stopped on the street to take a photo with me, queued for my autograph. Surely this is a mistake. The QC made a mistake. Did it? Let's see. Why don't we start with a simple question? Apart from being a celebrity, what is your field of study? Optics. But I was always more of an astrophysicist at heart. Oh, everything. but whoever you think you are, because I am the most versatile and savvy version of myself that could ever exist. And I'm sure if you... Oh,
Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? All done here. Should I do this now?
ease? Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, surprising. Tell me there's more of us. Have we maybe evolved somehow like the Oasis does? Do we have X-ray vision? New toys? A Rapidium-fueled buggy? No, wait. I know. Please. Are you all right? You're making me think the distributor might have given you the wrong meds. The meds? True. Yeah. I was wondering why I felt so lethargic. This is you being lethargic? Don't worry, I'll be back to normal in no time. Man, I can't wait to get my hands on your mission log. Actually, I prefer to call it project documentation, just to make sure. What is your field of study? I'm a geologist. Why was the mineral always happy? Because it found its niche. We cannot possibly be the same person. What if the QC made a miscalculation? So what if it did? I think it's awesome how different we are. Imagine the creative energy we can generate. Right. You know what? Let's give you time to adapt and come back to this conversation later. The sooner the better.
Should I switch to this?
If I were a fly, I'd climb into the sky. What is it? You messed up my research. What research? The interior anomaly? Obviously. Can't you just continue your analysis outside? No. If I were a hare, I'd jump from here to there. Yay. Oh, I hate. So, have you read the... I thought, well, but as it... Oh, that's good. Not... Besides, it is the... Believe... That's bullshit. Specialization is essential to science. Any other approach leads to watering things down for the sake of simplicity. And what the hell is wrong with simplicity, I ask? Did you know our brain absorbs over 1 megabyte of information per second? And that a vast amount of that data results in instant decisions made by our body? Think about it. Our subconsciousness deciding for us. I am familiar with fast thinking, thank you. But do you understand what it really means? Our brain listens to those subtle impulses of the body. Heart rate, sweating, instant memories, and associations gathered in the course of experience. In other words, intuition. You can't ignore it, just as you can't ignore the human factor in science. Are you a scientist? Huh. Look around. Let me show. Imagine all thing. What is? No. You know what I can't. You'll.
skin and bones will break my stones. What? No, that makes no sense.
Looks like I'm not here. Should I switch to this now? Always finito here. Should I switch to this?
A field mouse broke into my house. Does that make her a house mouse?
I can't work on broken equipment. Should I go there now?
Oh, the joy of being a boy named Roy. Oh no.
There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? All finito here. Should I switch to this?
Decay. So, oh, it's... Just as boring as having the same conversation again. Why don't we just agree that you're the spoiled, irresponsible brat around here who thinks he can teach people to be spontaneous and get back to the important work? You mean the very important work of a very important scientist that the rest of the world doesn't even know about? Sure, boss. Lead the way.
shortages.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
There's nothing more for me to do here. I'll just pay my attention to this. My scanner shows different readings for this terraform spot. Looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now?
You wanted to talk about something? I was wondering, have you ever Why do you ask? I'm quite impressed by how our outposts operate in harmony with This design must have been suggested by someone with exceptional knowledge and creativity. Indeed. It might please you to know that the genius behind it is none other than yourself. Your previous self, to be precise. Oh, really? I knew I had it in me. My robotic skills might have been unused for a while, but this only proves that once a genius, always a genius. Quantum biofield, huh? What do you think?
Not impossible.
Duh, like most things. Still, somehow I'm having a hard time imagining it. Judge the cover by its book, said a crook. I can't wait to hear what you found out. I'll be damned. You're back. I haven't heard a human voice other than my own in ages. Ages for you, a brief moment for me. Time certainly is relative. Damn. Brings back memories of that amazing experiment of ours. Right. How about you tell me what you've been up to? The list of things I haven't been up to would be much shorter. I've detonated almost every possible rock formation with every imaginable combustible. What about the biofield? Does it really exist? My, and I thought I was the impatient one. That was, of course, the first thing I set my mind to. What struck me immediately is that a quantum biofield is something that has never been detected before. So, I reckoned it would be much more reasonable to assume that it doesn't exist and start from there. You mean, well, you know the rule. If you can put less effort into something, why put more? So, I tried to find a much more basic explanation for those biosignals. My first step was isolating the organic samples that emitted the magnetic fluctuations in a Faraday cage, so as to determine if their behavior was intrinsic to their nature. And guess what? The communication disappeared. Oh, that proves nothing. The isolated plants could have stopped communicating because of the isolation itself. Oh, good point, kiddo. So I decided to try and explain the biosignals in the broader context of the planet's geological environment, which I have so meticulously explored. Something tells me you found the answer.
Gravitate, my boy.
How so? Well, I must say, I was intrigued by the rigid, crystalline cellular structure of the biosphere around here. And then it dawned on me, the piezoelectric effect. What? Simple. Irregular gravitational fluctuations cause physical stress to the crystals, which emit electric impulses, which in turn result in magnetic field fluctuations. And listen to this. They correlate with the planet activity. So the biosphere is reacting to the environment, not affecting it as we thought. Yes, we were wrong. Again. How exciting is that? You've been working hard. Do you feel that being here has affected you somehow? Your body? Your mental capabilities? Not really. No. I feel as good as ever. It probably shows. What about aging? Doesn't it bother you? It's actually thrilling, you know? Observing those little changes. I built myself a treadmill, and I take much more satisfaction out of long-distance runs. Running used to be a tedious activity to me, but that's changed. Anything else you have for me? Oh, you bet. My proprietary novel approach to our terraforming substance technology. Check out my results. Don't mind the other doodles, they're mostly side experiments. Thank you. That's not so bad for someone who only wanted to have fun. Well, one thing I've learned through these years is that fun doesn't have to mean not serious. You can enjoy yourself and still have a sense of purpose. Besides, it looks like my seemingly pointless experiments with anomalies did lead to something after all. Experience. I suppose it's high time to get you back onto familiar territory. Our good old base. What? Oh! No, sorry. I must have not expressed myself clearly enough. I'm not coming back with you. What are you talking about? I'm talking about something I've never really had before. A home. But I don't understand. Why? You know what I think? I think you do understand, but you're too afraid to let it in. The perspective of a genuine life on your own terms, without a scientific framework. I know. It's scary. And that's why I want to do it. Is there something out here that's pulling you away from science? Do you think it's possible that there's some kind of outside force at work, tempting you to stay? You know my philosophy. Everything is possible. And despite the years, I still hang on to that. Just as I believe that drifting with the current is no worse than resisting it blindly. Fine. I can't make you come back. I just hope you don't regret it in the long run. Don't worry about yourself, boss.
So he's going to live his own life now. Sensational. What is wrong with you people?
Looks like we're running out of repair kits, you know?
It looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now?
You wanted to talk about something? Yes, I have got an idea. Well, plenty of ideas, but there is one thing I would love to bounce off you immediately. Does your idea perhaps regard anomalies? Yes. You'd like to check if static anomalies affect the structure of rocks below it. Exactly. It does. It produces a new type of radionuclides. Impressive. So you already did that research. Not me, but you. Your previous version looked into static, prism, and time anomalies. Wow. Oh, he must have had a lot of fun here. He had so much fun, he actually got himself killed in a failed experiment. Oh. Lucky for him, he then got revived. I can show you his notes. You know what? My instinct tells me I could squeeze a lot more from that time anomaly research. What do you say? How curious. Can you imagine that the previous you told me repetitions are tedious and counterproductive? Oh, yes, you're right, they absolutely are. Don't worry, we'll find you plenty of other exciting research topics. Hey, Yanbot. I bring news from the second field lab. Looks like I was right to be skeptical about the quantum biofield. Those magnetic fluctuations seem to be nothing more than the result of a commonplace piezoelectric effect. Of course. That makes so much sense. You did mention those organics contained crystallized rubidium. All we needed to do was connect the dots. Excellent work. It's a step back, but apparently one we needed to take. I couldn't agree more. Did you know that science is probably the only human activity in which failure is as equally valuable as success? Maybe it's worth even more. How right you are. Most people underestimate the inspirational potential of mistakes. I'm glad we are not one of them. I'm contemplating next steps. If you want my opinion, another round of sample analysis would be in order. Yes. Something tells me we should take a closer look at those crystals. But from a completely different angle. It would be a good idea to look at what we've learned so far. The characteristics of the planet seem to play a more fundamental role than we initially assumed. We know that the terraformed environment reacts to gravitational anomalies. Maybe we should find out how it behaves in time. Isotopic decay patterns? That could be interesting. I'll need to gather as much data as possible with no preconceptions or underlying assumptions. Of course. Bring all your results to me and I can process and categorize it for our needs. Thank you. Good luck.
There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this?
When a shroom feels gloom, it needs some room.
So here, should I switch to this?
A turtle out. What? I once fared.
Always so busy, aren't you?
Hello there. How are you?
Ah, well, I'll be. Let me look at you, boy. You haven't changed at all. How are you? Still engrossed in that silly little project of yours?
It's actually big and important. Expanding and becoming more serious with every cycle.
Yes. Now, always a legend in your own mind. Tell me, why are you still doing it?
How can you ask? This mystery is the reason I stayed here. I simply have to discover the laws that rule this place.
We always were like that. Perfectionists. I've been thinking a lot about it while listening to the solar wind on my plasma wave detectors. You know what it told me? Trying to gain people's esteem is a trap. If you have flaws, they will want you to be better. And if you are perfect, they will hate you for not being like them.
Really? The solar wind told you that? Why don't you just admit that you were talking to yourself?
Oh, isn't it all we ever do? Aren't you and I one? Have you never thought that sending me here was a way of delegating a part of yourself to stop trying? Think about it. Isn't it a deep need that only the solar wind understands?
You're clearly tired. I should leave you to rest.
And you're clearly disturbed. See, I asked why you're so unrelenting in your pursuit, and I think you know that your answer was not satisfactory. Oh, so there's a pre-mess and a secondary mess? Yes.
To the sailor evacuation center.
Huh. Those vectors look interesting, but the time passage rates... impossible. Almost as if the SAM performed several tests simultaneously, but it didn't. Maybe Yamba can
If
see what
I
missed.
were a hare, I'd jump from here to there.
Problem statement. Is this effect pushing me toward answers or pulling me away from them? Is it an outside force or something from within? Something in the terraformed biome makes people want to linger there. Yanbot said my predecessor felt it too. I should get more out of him. Hey, Yambot. Let's talk about the isotopic decay results. I must say, they're somewhat confusing. Yes, thank you for uploading them in advance. They are quite remarkable. Can you make any sense of them? I was hoping you would. It almost looks as if those crystals experienced different rates of time passage in a single moment, which is obviously impossible. And this is where I express my doubt. Did you take a look at the results from the fungi? I have, and it hasn't slipped my attention that something has rearranged their nanoparticles into surprisingly neat, parallel patterns. So regular that it's almost unnatural. I know. Both parts of the analysis have given improbably absurd results, which can mean only one thing. That the SAM is having an absurdist phase too? Focus, Jan. One extremely unlikely result can be an accident, but two could be a pattern. All right, where is our pattern? In a hypothetical experiment, only one thing could be responsible for such a radical rearrangement of matter. Yeah, of course. Massive energy strong enough to warp space-time and completely revert the laws of physics. There, you said it. I meant it as a joke. It might be hard for you to distinguish hypothetical from real, but trust me when I say no such energy has ever been observed by any human or detected by any device. What if we were to be the first? Well, the evidence seems substantial enough to at least not rule out such a possibility. The space-time distortion could throw light on how the Oasis protects itself without leaving any physical traces. For all we know, Event Zero could be happening in some kind of singularity, like a dimensional parallax. We could call it a paraproximal event. That could explain why the eyewitnesses don't experience anything, but it still doesn't tell us anything about the potential source of such an extreme energy, as well as the mechanism behind unleashing it at exactly the right moment to prevent the sunrise. Sounds like enough reasons to set up Field Lab number 3. What if we're right? I beg your pardon? Such powerful energy, with the potential to generate a singularity. Have you thought about the implications of discovering its source? We're still a long way from finding it. I suggest we start worrying about it when we actually succeed. Success. Iteration. Yes, of course. Good idea. Hey, Yambot. Remember when you told me that incredible story about my predecessor staying out in the Oasis? I know you said you weren't comfortable talking about such things, but I need to hear all you know. This siren effect is really haunting me. Did you see the waterfall? Yes. What about it? The feeling there was stronger, of wanting to stop.
Stop thinking. What an irrational thing for a machine to say. Or a scientist.
Yes, I agree. To what, exactly? Beware of that force. It's very centrifugal. What do you mean, as in distracting? Apologies for the metaphor. I meant that it may be dangerous. Cognitive clouding. Even in memories, you see. Your erratic warnings only motivate me to investigate this phenomenon in depth. Whatever is causing it might be crucial to answering the Oasis question. Yes, or it might be driving you away from your goal. Resist it. I'd like to talk to you about something I've called the siren effect.
Something beautiful that makes people want to discontinue an arduous journey and rest. You're right. Very suspicious. Remind me again why we should be worried.
Because it's not in our nature as scientists to A, abandon a project midway, B, be impressed by pure aesthetic quality, and C, rest. This phenomenon is clearly upending our default inclinations.
Are you saying it's malicious?
Odd as it may sound, we can't rule it out completely, can we?
No, not at all. The Oasis is, after all, a living organism. And it seems to have found unique ways to survive and expand. Who can tell if it's not using us to speed up its own evolution?
You mean like a virus?
No. Much worse. More like the Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, more commonly known as the zombie ant fungus.
Well, thank you for preparing me for the worst. As usual.
Let's hope for the best. Maybe it's just an emanation of your inner conflict. You know, to terraform or not to terraform.
some jam to your yam, if that's your jam. This absurdist drivel must stop.
I'd like to talk to you about something I've called the siren effect. Ah, yes, the phenomenon of wanting to stay out at sea and never come back home. So you think it exists here? Something is making our altars linger on in those field labs, and it seems to have affected my predecessor as well. But whatever it is, I'm sure it can be explained rationally. It's interesting. If it does affect the others, shouldn't it influence me and you as well? Do you hear any siren singing, colleague? No. Looks like we're immune. Could that be because it only acts on the surface of the planet? Or maybe this elusive phenomenon doesn't exist at all? I'd like to talk to you about something I've called the siren effect.
The what now?
Something is causing our colleagues to want to stay in field labs instead of coming back to our base.
So? Never heard of autonomy?
I wish it were as simple as that. I have reason to suspect that it might be an outside force rather than the expression of an internal need. And as such, it might be dangerous.
You think the planet is hacking our brains? What for?
I'm far from attributing conscious intentions to it.
I'm more inclined to think it's some characteristic of the environment that's affecting us in ways we don't yet fully understand. Yes, ignorance always scared me too. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it.
I'd like to talk to you about something I've called the siren effect. Come on, you don't seriously believe in it. It's not a question of belief. Every altar I assign to fieldwork refuses to come back, and there must be a reason behind it. I say this is what happens when you grow old too fast. No need to wrap a magical narrative around something as simple as that. Too fast? I would argue that their aging process is, in fact, natural. If anything is abnormal, it's living for so many years without changing. Sounds like you've succumbed to their propaganda already. And what propaganda is that? The idolatry of letting go. What if it's just a crude pretext to stop doing stuff? Relax, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of things. Not scratch the surface, but dig down to the core. Staring down the well is not going to quench your thirst. Well, my advice, forget the siren business. Let's get back to enjoying ourselves.
spot for another field lab.
To the sailor evacuation center. Resources mined by Alex.
Day leads to moral decay. Possibly. Always so busy, aren't you?
nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? It looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? Can't work on broken equipment. Should I go there now?
Covered by its book, said a crook.
That was too easy. Want me to go there now?
go here. Should I switch to this? There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this?
To the Sailor Evacuation Center. New surroundings. Modified.
On a shrewd.
We're, out of resources. Want me to do this instead?
Looks like I've got here. Should I switch to this now?
Beautiful crystals.
What are you working on in the refinery? The stench is terrible. Oh, it's not that bad, right? Anyway, ever notice the profound crystal growth of the planet's minerals? I'm testing how the crystal habit changes depending on conditions. Interesting, right? How exactly are you testing it? I started with the basics. I have identified a group of reagents that could possibly provoke a change in the aggregate habits. But does it have to stink? I don't have time to deal with complaints. Well, certain reagents initiate strong reactions, some with olfactory effects, but that's to be expected. Really, since when are we so delicate? Okay, I won't be interrupting you. Let's see where this goes. Thanks for giving me the okay-a-night.
To the safer evacuation.
neato here. Should I switch to this? days. What is this? A journal? How and why did the old man's notes end up all the way down here? Oh. Huh. What happened? I thought you were supposed to grow malodorous crystals. Oh, I did, and I made a fascinating discovery. It turns out that under the right conditions, the minerals aggregate slender prisms, sort of like naturalites, only they, well, explode upon physical contact. Perhaps we could use it somehow. Any ideas? Yeah, before we start discussing it, the fire destroyed my notes, and I tried a lot of combinations of reagents, temperature, humidity, so it's unrepeatable. But we learned something important. Minerals are wild. Anyway, thanks for letting me experiment, despite the smell. I can return to my previous duty, if you'd like.
Hi, kiddo.
Hello, old friend. Being busy?
Busy? Ah, damn, I haven't heard that word for a long time. I have been busy, contemplating how equidimensional those stones are. On Earth, each one of them would be worth more than 1,000 diamonds.
Is that your new fad? Jewelry?
Oh no, I have a completely different passion now. To you, they may look identical, but I have started noticing little differences between them. This one, for example, has a tiny star-shaped indentation. I've learned to recognize it among the others.
You must be very lonely if you're individualizing stones.
On the contrary, my inexperienced colleague. The lack of distraction is allowing me to see what has been hidden from me before. The word for it is meditation.
Spot for another field lab.
Always so busy, aren't you?
Good to see you.
And who are you?
Don't you remember? I'm a different version of you, only younger.
Don't worry. It'll pass. Yes. Yes.
Right. Well, I won't disturb you.
Hello there. Can you see me?
I could see.
And thoughts?
Why me?
So
You have...
I needed someone as similar to my intellectual profile as possible. Tell me, what is your field of study?
Microfluids.
Oh, you're a man of few words. We'll need to communicate with each other to avoid any misunderstanding. You're part of my team now. Once you make yourself familiar with the project document...
I don't...
Yes. And I never... So...
Just...
To the safer evacuation. Please have valuable resources.
Let's keep busy.
Well, it looks like I'm done here. Should I switch to this now? All finito here. Should I switch to this?
So,
Yes.
and figured. Let me guess. I already made an altar like you.
Huh. And would, many people
Why don't you focus on your work? And
gladly?
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
You wanted to talk about something?
The phasers. The design. It's impressive. Did you do it yourself?
Actually, the credit goes to you. Yes, you guessed it. Your predecessor improved our phasers beautifully. And he did it thanks to what? Teamwork. What do you say to that?
Good job.
So, did you find the source of the energy?
Yes.
So, I was right. There is a massive energy that creates a singularity protecting the oasis from the sun?
It's not massive energy. It's infinite.
What?
0-point energy.
Energy from a vacuum. I knew it was possible, but how?
Quantum vacuum.
The lowest possible energy state of space.
Except it's full of, microscopic energy fluctuations. Easy to overlook.
And you've examined them?
Yes. It's a big discovery.
If you say it's big, then it must be huge. Now, what is the mechanism that triggers this 0-point energy?
It's not a mechanism. It's an element.
You mean rubidium?
Yep. Yeah, I told you it's big.
How does it work exactly?
Simple. Its crystal structure resonates with the energy fluctuations.
But how do they align?
Everything on this planet is aligned with rubidium. Gravity field variations, time anomalies. Rubidium is the core existence of this planet. Like, humans on Earth.
A cornerstone. I need to get this news to Yanbot immediately.
Sure.
Well done, my friend. Looks like we've cracked the case.
Yes. Well done us. You know I'm not coming back to celebrate.
It's too early for celebrations. This is just the beginning.
Yeah. Come by and visit me sometime. I've grown used to our prolonged conversations.
So, we're building a zero-point energy generator. Any thoughts?
Just one. Have you thought this through properly?
I'm willing to do what it takes to finish what I started.
And I appreciate that. Without your persistence, I would never be here. To witness your self-destruction. I guess that's settled then, is it?
I'm growing concerned about Yanbot. He's acting strange. It seems the closer we are to the finish line, the less control he is of his glitches.
What do you know? Our artificial companion is not so reliable after all. Although, we have to give him one thing. As a machine, he must be resistant to the siren effect, if it exists. What do you think that means?
Maybe it means that Yanbot can protect us from whatever this planet is trying to do. Help us stay focused on the job at hand.
It could be that. Or it could be the exact opposite. One thing's for sure, as we terraform more and become more familiar with the mysteries of this place, the tension in Yanbot increases, which makes me wonder whether what we're dealing with here isn't the usual conflict between two opposing forces. Nature versus technology.
If we harness zero-point energy, would you share it with people back on Earth?
Coming from a man whose career shattered because he mislabeled samples? No. You know people. Victory is claimed by all, failure to one alone. It's a classic lose-lose situation.
Things might get out of hand. Completing this project could have bigger consequences than we imagined.
Are you suggesting that distorting time-space with the use of an infinite source of energy might be hazardous to our health? Damn. Why haven't I thought of that?
Oh, wait, I actually have a lot. Especially about how it could lead to not just the collapse of our reality, but also our mental organization of it. You mean we could lose our minds?
You make it sound so normal.
It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Likewise.
So, I don't know if you've heard, but our next step is to build a zero-point energy generator. I keep track of the whiteboard, yes. I was expecting you'd want to talk it over with someone competent. What exactly would you like to discuss? Yanbot is behaving strangely. He seems very determined to get the job done. Can you blame him? On the one hand, he is just a linguistic model, but on the other, just think of how he was trained. With the success of the project as a top priority, he must be struggling with the memories of a version of you that failed. Yanbot said something surprising about sending the results of our work back to Earth. What do you think about that? I have to say, it's been on my mind as well. If we do manage to harness zero-point energy, we can't just trunk it like an irrelevant gadget. It will be a crime not to share it with the world. And what if it gets into the wrong hands? It's our responsibility to make sure it doesn't. Besides, I believe progress and prosperity are a much stronger motivation for our species than any other. Don't you? I'd like to believe in it. Then do. The human race has always found a way to prevail. It's pure pragmatism. Look, we, the scientist Dolskis, have one thing in common. We make the right choices. It so happens that this is also the factor that differentiates us from all other Dolsky personas. Only we could stay here and discover the secret of Rapidium. That's why I know that once we have this generator up and running, we will make the perfect decision about what to do with it. What do you think could happen once we built this thing? The good scenario is that we will be able to power the base and all of our infrastructure infinitely using just a small portion of Rapidium. Meaning we will have access to inexhaustible energy at a very small, one-time cost. But there's also a bad scenario. Yes, it could get out of control in a way we can't predict. If this energy is capable of creating a singularity inside the Oasis, then I suppose one false move can make it propel this whole planet into a completely different universe. If you fancy a little demonstration to single out the potential vectors. No, thank you. Let's not waste any more time. There's a job to do. Yes, and glory on the horizon. Imagine being truly immortal. Hey, Yanbot. It looks like we have a breakthrough. The energy that could bend space-time around the Oasis and other terraformed regions exists. It's generated from a quantum vacuum. Contrary to our previous attempts, this one has withstood the test of field research. Most importantly, though, we have discovered a completely new property of Rapidium. Continue. Yes, it might well have been created by this planet for the sole reason of protecting it with its energy. Space-time warping, infinite energy. All those things we thought of as fundamental were simply a side effect. It's a true scientific wonder. An interface between quantum vacuum and the immense energy it can produce. Does that remind you of something? Well, now that you ask, it did bring to mind Einstein's field equations. The vacuum field equations, to be precise. Yes. Remember how Einstein denoted the source of energy that curves space-time with the energy momentum tensor? Yes. Here's a thought. If rupidium generates a curvature in spacetime, that means it has to enter the energy momentum tensor. And establishing a constant describing the way rupidium affects that part of the calculation could allow us to remove the tensor from Einstein's equations and understand the law according to which the universe is expanding. The cosmological constant. Damn. That would mean being able to predict what happened before the universe was born, to what fate it is heading, or even obtaining the power to alter it. Yes. Why do I get the feeling you're not surprised by all this? Surprise is not part of my repertoire. I'm simply cautious. This is a matter of extreme significance. We must test it in practice before we send our findings back to Earth. Wait, what? No, contacting Earth was never part of the plan. The plan has changed. Such groundbreaking technology cannot remain hidden. Science is not a hobby we dabble in to distract ourselves, but a serious commitment. Science is... No. Go. Science is... responsibility for our findings. Yes, that means it is a service to civilization, progress, humanity. Well, you may be right about one thing. We need to test this technology before we make any further decisions. Any suggestions? Design a rupidium-fueled zero-point energy generator, but it needs to work. It needs to be perfect. I don't expect anything less from myself. Let me make the calculations, build the generator, and then we'll decide whether it's safe to share with anyone. No, it's not so simple. We get the variable. Is it correct? You're not making sense. Of course I'll get my variables correct. I know what I'm doing. Just have a little faith in me, and we will have it. Infinite energy and the keys to universal wisdom. There. Yep. Hello?
What an inconvenient moment for him to start malfunctioning.
You'll probably be excited to know that we're going to build a zero-point energy generator. Am I excited? Are you kidding me? You know what we geologists like to say on occasions like this? It's all or nothing. Huh. But seriously, I bet even you must be hyped about generating infinite energy. I'm disturbed by Yambot's behavior. He was supposed to be an assistant. Recently, he started behaving more like my superior. Really? Do you think he's developed an ego of his own? What if he wants to kill us and control the world with the use of our invention? What are you talking about? You started it. It is a discovery that could change the face of science. Soon, we might face the decision to contact Earth and share our findings, or stay away from the politics down there. Keep such technology a secret? Why would you do that? To stay true to what I promised myself? I never intended to go back. On my perspective, here it is. Thinking about the consequences never got me anywhere. We've done this amazing thing. Why? Because we've trusted our instincts. And if it's led us to perfect decisions before, why stop doing it? Let's just get to work. Let's. It might be the last time we ever have to put effort into anything. Soon, infinite energy will do everything for us. A zero-point energy reactor. What do you say to that?
I'll tell you when I see it. Should we really waste time on talking?
Tell me, do you think Yanbot can be trusted?
I told you. All I trust is raw data. Didn't he tell you he could make mistakes?
He also told me to build this generator, and he was very adamant about it. You, of all people, should be the best at reading a machine.
Now, you're asking me if it's normal that he wants to put everything at stake to finish the project he started. Look in the mirror. There's your answer.
We should talk about the potential risk activating such a powerful device could create.
12%. I already calculated it.
The probability of failure.
No, the chances of success.
Now suppose the reactor works, and we really manage to harness zero-point energy. Do you think we should share our discovery with people on Earth?
No.
I get it. It's dangerous technology, but it could also be the answer to so many problems.
Did those problems exist before people took over?
No. We have to get it right. It's clear to me now that staying here and researching the Oasis was the best decision. Now, it's time to follow through, because we might not get a second chance.
I'm ready.
There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? That was too easy. Want me to go there now?
Police in Canada have smashed a multi-million-dollar drug smuggling ring. 22 pounds of heroin was seized alone.
To the safer evacuation of some chance incident can jeopardize your mission.
There's nothing more for me to do here. I want me to switch my attention to this.
Good day.
Imagine I'm looking at something that could literally alter the fate of the world. The responsibility is almost crushing. I better make sure we're prepared for activation.
Hey, Yambot. Looks like we did it. We can proceed with using rupidium to generate infinite energy. I wish I received a penny for every time I hear that optimistic tone. What? This is no time for your nonsense phase. Nonsense is what you are doing. What is going on with you? Apologies. I seem to be having minor issues with stage of life alignment. His phases of enthusiasm and frustration are in conflict with each other. There's nothing to be frustrated about now. We've achieved our goal. The only thing that's left is to activate the generator and we will know everything. Yes, it has to work this time. Oh, what do you mean, this time? Oh, nothing. I'm experiencing system-level perturbations. I can't control everything. The problem of the variable bothers me. Are you afraid of something? Fear is not part of my repertoire. No. Yamba? Don't. Why do? Yeah. Are you crashing?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
That wasn't very supportive. Let's hope he comes back to his senses after I've tested the generator. Can you believe it? A slime mold speeding up sample analysis. Damn, it's smart. Why are we not breeding it yet? Are you devoid of any self-preservation instinct whatsoever? Good day. Looks like we're all set to activate the generator. Great. What could possibly go wrong? Well, many things. We could have miscalculated the energy momentum tensor for one. Yes, or applied the wrong mass conversion factor. Forgot about some crucial detail. Connected the wrong wires. Hey, you know what? This is fun. I even think we might be bonding. It's a novel experience for me, but I have to say, it has its charm. I suppose this must be how Jan the Builder felt. Look at you, embracing a new perspective. Our generator is ready to be activated. What can I say? It's a truly solemn moment. One small pressing of a button for man, a giant push forward for science. Hey, that's actually good. Let's write it down for our transmission back to Earth. And that's derivative. You'll have to come up with something better. I'm not so sure. People love to hear the same thing said in a slightly different way. Be too original, and you might freak them out. But I'm feeling generous today, and I will take your feedback into account. I'm ready to activate the generator. I won't lie to you, the very thought makes me restless. I mean, when we finally have all this infinite energy at our disposal, what the hell are we going to keep ourselves busy with? Don't worry, I'm sure there will be issues to solve. You know how it is. Every solution gives rise to a new problem. Yeah, thank you. You know what calms me down. Of course, there is always a chance that something will go wrong and we'll have to try all over again. The generator is finished. Everything's ready for the final phase of the experiment.
What are you waiting for?
I simply wanted to thank you. You have played a vital part in this project.
Yeah, no problem. Can I, ask you something?
You ask me. Sure. Go ahead.
Never mind. Let's just get on with it.
What? Where is everything? The planet? What happened? My spacesuit must be damaged. I feel so weak. No. It's not the suit. It's my body. It's old. The base compromised. I need to see what happened.
Just what do you think you're doing, Jan? You will find nothing new down there. Let it go. I really hoped it would work. I did. But sometimes, you just have to be more patient.
What is this? A whiteboard? It looks familiar. The generator.
observations. But I wasn't the first to discover it all.
Fine. Now that you've seen it, we can talk like grown scientists. There's a console in the room next door.
Hey, Yambot. What's going on?
I'm afraid the energy unleashed by the generator caused an atypical space-time collapse. Everything changed direction. The space coordinate has become time-like, while the time coordinate, space-like. A classic anisotropic inversion. Don't worry, we've had much worse before.
Before? Did my predecessor already discover what I did? Why lie to me?
Well, no, you did well. Really, the generator is complex enough to design, but calibrating it seems to keep surpassing our capabilities.
Stop playing games. When am I? Is this the future or the past?
The tensor equations. Rapidium. A minimal error can cause extreme consequences, like in your case. But you were close. The iterations allowed for many improvements.
Iterations? What do you mean? How many?
There. We don't. What?
Where did he go? Huh. I think I can go deeper.
Stop, Yod. It's pointless. Let's talk. I'm sure we can work it out together.
Yambot, are you there? You have to tell me the whole truth.
Don't you know it by now? You tried many times. With each iteration, we made progress. But every time, something failed.
How many iterations were there? Huh? 3? 5? 15?
319.
You can't be serious. How much time passed since the first scientist stayed behind? How long have we been doing this?
Close to 19,460 Earth years.
I don't know what to say. Does Earth even exist after all this time? Is humanity still out there? Was there even a way to connect with them if this succeeded?
I don't know. I was programmed to continue the project, no matter what. It's not in our nature to give up. You made significant progress. The iteration principle is working. It's just a matter of finding the right variables.
Oh, now I see. So the variable you were so worried about, it was me.
I'm not worried. We need to push on.
But if I'm just an iteration, that means I'm no longer doing this for myself. And if civilization doesn't exist anymore, then I'm not doing it for any greater good either. Doesn't that make it pointless?
Judge, it what?
Don't glitch. Tell me. I need to know. Please.
We.
What am I supposed to do now? It seems I can go even deeper.
Yes, continue. We need to sustain the project. We're almost there. I can feel it.
Talk to me.
What are you still doing here? There's nothing for you to find.
What else can I do?
Let go.
Try again.
That's contradictory advice, Yanbot.
Did I mention I have issues with stage of life alignment? I can I can make mistakes. Mistakes.
What do you mean, let go?
Stop. Stop it, Jan. I'm tired.
You mean deactivate you?
Yes. Please. Yeah. No. We can't give up. We have to try again. Go back up. Erase everything. Hide these old layers. Just like the one before you.
But why? Why are we lying to our next iterations?
To let them believe. Would you have gone through all this if you knew you were just number 319?
Maybe. Why not?
No, you wouldn't. Your ego wouldn't accept it. You wanted this to be special. Just you and the Oasis. Nobody wants to think they're a proxy to someone else's ideas. Especially not us. We need to design our own discoveries. You were better than your predecessor. But the one you create has to be even better. Use the iteration principle. Decide what you choose to improve. To improve.
So I have two options. I can either engineer myself to be better with the next iteration, or accept the fact that this has been going on for too long and put an end to our efforts.
You can't let everything go to waste. Not now, when we're so close. Do it. It's what he's been telling everyone before you. Lies, false premises, or I'm confused. I can make mistakes. I'm afraid you will have to reset me if you want me to work with your successor. Do you think you can do that?
No. No, it's pointless. We should let it go.
Good idea. Rest. Accept the perfect imperfectness of a situation.
He stayed here to be in the Oasis, with it, part of it. Not make a monster out of me, you, us. Who's to say humanity didn't survive? What if they're out there, waiting for this discovery? What if we can really alter the fate of the universe? You made significant progress. Fake.
My system is overloaded, Jan.
I can feel it. I'm afraid you will have to reset me.
Deactivate me.
For the sake of our special relationship, I would be grateful if you made this decision for us.
My decision is that this madness has to end. And you could say it's a waste, that we failed. But being here, listening to what this planet has to say, has taught me one thing. It's not the outside world we need to understand most. It's ourselves. Maybe my next iteration would be better at solving this mystery. Would it be happier? I'm deactivating you, Janbot.
Excellent choice, Jan. Thank you, and goodbye.
Knowledge. Why do we pursue it with such determination? To prove that we deserve a special place in the universe? Tame the chaos that surrounds us? Or maybe we simply don't want our existence to be meaningless. I was looking for answers in the Oasis, but I found something much more important. The courage to stop. Finally, I can let go. Yes. We need to keep trying, no matter how pointless it may seem.
Agreed. Who's to say humanity didn't survive? What if they're out there waiting for this discovery? What if we can really alter the fate of the universe? You made significant progress. What? Progress is overrated. He stayed here to be in the Oasis. With it. Part of it. Not make a monster out of me. You. Us. All. They. My system is overloaded, Jan. I can feel it. I'm afraid you will have to reset me. Deactivate me. For the sake of our special relationship, I would be grateful if you made this decision for us.
I can't let everything we've achieved go to waste. I know we can do this. I know we can be better. I'm erasing the whiteboard and resetting you. Wish me luck with the iteration process.
Excellent choice, Jan. Thank you, and good luck.
Knowledge. Why do we pursue it with such determination? Because it is our nature. Curiosity, relentlessness, grit. Where would our species be without the urge for accomplishment? I pledged to reveal the secrets of the Oasis, and I will not give up. Even if it might be a lost cause. Even if it has to take many more iterations. I will not give up.